Introductions by members. Member for Peace River South.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's of all my years, this is the first time we've been in the legislature this time of year where I get the honor to do something that I've never got to do before. I'd like to give a big shout out to about half of my family. This year, I get the honor to do this. My eldest son, Neil, turned 33 on the 4th of December. My mom's birthday was on the 7th of December. My youngest son, Trevor, his birthday is today. He turns 22 today. So miss you and love you, buddy. Wish I was home. My middle child, Rel, turns 29 on the 19th. And last but not least, my grandson, Crosley, turns 5 on the 22nd. So as you can appreciate, it's a busy month in December in my family leading up to Christmas. I'm hoping the House will help me wish all of them very happy birthdays this December. Thank you.
Member for Vernon-Monashee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Congratulations on your new role. I'm joining you from the unceded territory of the Okanagan Indian Nations. Today, I want to acknowledge and appreciate one of our incredible local businesses and their big contribution to our riding, Okanagan Spirits Craft Distillery, represented by Craft Distillers Guild of BC in Vernon and in Kelowna. Their distilleries have played a crucial role to help flatten the COVID-19 curve by providing thousands of liters of free hand sanitizer to many frontline workers at medical clinics, fire, ambulance, and police department staff at care homes, homeless shelters, women's shelters, public daycare staff, cashiers at grocery stores.
Thank you, member. Thank you.
Postal workers, and many more.
And also a reminder to all members, when you're making introductions or making statements, no props, please. Minister of State for Infrastructure.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It is with sadness that I share with the House today the passing of Squamish Nation elder and matriarch of the Matthias Joe family, Mary Judith Baker. Judy was born to her mother Rosie Posey Joe and was the granddaughter of Chief Matthias Joe and Ellen. Fondly referred to as the Princess of Capilano, Elder Judith grew up in Clomulston, also now known as Capilano Reserve No. 5. Judy will be best remembered for the way that she could make everyone feel so special with her loving and caring nature. She was married 59 years to her love, Gary Brian Baker, and is survived by her son, Gary Matthias Ray Baker, sister Margaret Prince, daughter-in-law Suzanne Patricia Nahaney, as well as many nephews, nieces, and grandchildren. It is my honor to introduce her to the House so that the House may know her. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
Member for Surrey South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that a bill entitled the Equal Pay Reporting Act 2020, of which notice has been given in my name on the order paper, be introduced and read a first time now. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted many inequalities that still remain in society and has served as a reminder that we certainly can't have a true and equitable economy until we close the gender pay gap. Recent job number data continues to show a worrying trend that women are finding the current job market tougher than men. It's alarming that while men saw mostly job gains last month, women over the age of 25 actually lost jobs in November. In the 6 provinces that have pay equity legislation, the pay differentials are up to 12% lower. So how do we catch up? The transparency that the Equal Pay Reporting Act would provide is a start. West Coast Leaf provided similar advice to government, and the Finance Ministry briefing note for the Minister recognized pay equity legislation as a best practice. We here have the power to prescribe transformational measures and compel employers to do what's right and what is best for British Columbians. The bill intends to bring pay inequality into light by requiring any employer in BC with 50 or more employees to publicly post an annual breakdown of gender wages in their business. This information will include wage and bonus pay for male and female employees and be available on a company website or by other easily accessible means. It's time to move beyond passively acknowledging there's a problem. Yes, there will be conversations, it will spark theories and excuses, but really the only question I would once again ask of this House is, would you be okay with it if I were to pay your daughter less than your son? This government included a commitment to bring forward legislation to address pay equity in their pandemic election campaign, and it is included in the mandate letter of the Minister of Finance. The Premier indicated he'd be looking for good ideas from no matter where they came from. So here's one ready to go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, the vote is about to take place. Have your cards ready, please, those who are participating virtually. The question is first reading of the bill. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Those who oppose indicate nay. Bill is carried. Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill be placed on the orders of the day for the second reading at the next sitting of the House after today.
Members, again, have your cards ready, please, those who are voting virtually. You have heard the question. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Those who oppose indicate nay. Motion is carried. Madam Clerk.
Statements by members.
Member for Chilliwack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations on your election. Today, I want to mention an innovative food security program in Chilliwack. It's called Extra Fare, Food Access for Restricted Eaters. Christopher Hunt and Margaret Reed, members of Chilliwack Citizens for Change, envisioned it and run it with 100% volunteer help. As the pandemic struck, they noticed even more people in our community could use food assistance. Yet before and during COVID-19 times, many people were not really able to fully benefit from regular food hamper services. Folks with dietary restrictions such as lactose intolerance, celiac and gluten-free needs, various allergies, and so on cannot eat much of what comes in standard hampers. Also, most hampers don't feature a lot of fresh fruits and vegetables. So they decided to reduce barriers in Chilliwack by creating Extra Fare to get the right food to the folks who need it. And they've made a partnership with Hofstede's Produce in Chilliwack to increase fresh food content. There are also other ways that they do food security programs differently than they've been done in the past. The service includes clients self-selecting product choices from an inventory menu that they want included in their weekly hampers. Clients can tailor their hamper to their current needs and wants. And to reduce mobility barriers, volunteers deliver hampers right to clients' doors. Chris and Margaret were able to create this thanks to a partnership with Bowls of Hope and generous funding from the United Way of the Lower Mainland Grant via ECSF funds from the Government of Canada. They hope that it will be a model that catches on and spreads. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Vancouver Colchina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all know that 2020 has been a difficult year for many, many reasons. One thing we can celebrate is the exemplary work of Elections BC during 2020. In our democracy, it's critical that we have an election agency that we can fully trust. In exceptionally challenging circumstances, Elections BC provided exceptional service. 725,000 postal votes were sent out. Advanced polls were provided for 7 days in 341 locations. Close to 1.9 million votes were counted. A judicial recount was conducted without incident. And think of the unprecedented circumstances. Thousands of employees were trained to manage voting during a pandemic, an entirely new experience. Hundreds of voting locations were rented and made safe for voting. And hundreds of thousands of citizens were able to safely exercise their democratic right to vote. All of this work proceeded flawlessly. And through all of this, we had the background noise of American sources doubting the reliability of voting systems in our neighbors to the south. But none of us have heard any significant complaint about Elections BC because they did their work quietly, professionally, and efficiently. We often take for granted the strength of our civil society and our democratic institutions. Elections BC is a central pillar in our democracy that we must be very thankful for. We must thank them for their job well done. So please join me in thanking the management and staff at Elections BC for a job very well done in the 2020 general election.
For North Vancouver, Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to acknowledge and recognize the work that is done by many, many families in providing caregiving services to their children, to their seniors, and to their adult family members who are unable to care for themselves in a whole variety of ways. These folks work on tirelessly. Sometimes they have help from the public sector. Sometimes they have help that they purchase from the private sector. But all the time, they're on duty and they're doing the work. And I think we need to make sure that we acknowledge these people. In my constituency, we have many, many families who are dealing with many, many different types of conditions. We have folks that have ALS. We have folks that have Huntington's. We have folks with Parkinson's. We have children that have not been able to get to school for a variety of different reasons. We have all sorts of things going on in my community, and I know those things are going on in all of our communities right across British Columbia. So I feel that it behooves us to make sure that we remember those people always, because on top of making sure that their care is provided for their person, they also have to protect them from COVID. They also have to make the hard choices sometimes not to get help because they're fearful that their person is just too vulnerable or too immunocompromised to get that service or get that help. So I just would like to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to acknowledge those families, both in my riding and across the province, that are doing that unpaid, unsaluted work that's involved in providing care for somebody within your family that needs that care and can't or is unable to get it from other sources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Skeena.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in this House today to speak to the decline of our coho stocks here in BC. Our declining salmon stocks have been a case of great concern for many different interest groups, be it First Nations, sports fishermen, commercial fishermen, or advocacy groups. For years, scientists have struggled to identify the root cause of the decline in salmon stocks in urban rivers and amidst a body of water diluted with thousands of various particles and chemical agents. Very recently, scientists have been able to pinpoint a certain chemical, 6-PPD, an agent commonly used to prevent dryness and cracking on car tires, commonly found in runoff, as one of the root causes of our declining salmon populations. Reading how scientists were able to focus in and identify one agent as a root cause out of a mixture of thousands of perceived causes and issues, I couldn't help but draw parallels between this approach to environmental assessment and Aboriginal rights and title case law. From 2004 to 2017, 20 First Nations bands, the LNG industry, both levels of government, started off to see if the theory of case law and environmental assessments could be translated into an LNG export industry. It was extremely difficult and frustrating, but the parties kept at it. And we finally got LNG off the ground officially in 2017. This is the effort that's needed today if we're going to pinpoint more issues affecting salmon stocks. Because it becomes apparent pretty quickly that issues can get pretty complicated, but also that there can be many parties at the table that want relevant issues answered within the same topic. We've taken many steps, but there's still a long way to go. So as we congratulate these research scientists for this amazing step forward, preserving our coho stocks, I hope that we can take the same approach to the many root environmental issues that we all share a commonality with, issues that we all can take as unified British Columbians, so we can contribute to better today and tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Langley East.
Honourable Speaker, thank you. I'd like to take this opportunity to tell you today about a vital program to my community of Langley East. It is fair to say, I believe, that 2020 will long be remembered as a very challenging year. This makes it all the more important, Mr. Speaker, to recognize people like Susan Cairns, Executive Director of the Langley School District Foundation, and all partners involved in the organization that have kept kids in our community and families in our school district fed both before and during COVID-19. The foundation had learned that more than 3,000 of the school district's 19,000 students were going to school hungry every day and reached out to the community. And thanks to the generosity of the community, our school district has breakfast, lunch, snack, backpack, and food tower programs in many of our schools, which is sadly necessary in our community because unfortunately Canada is ranked 37th out of the world's 41 wealthiest nations for access to healthy food and is the only G7 country that does not have a national food program for schools. So in a normal year, the Langley School District Foundation raises over $200,000 to support these food programs, but all of this came to a screeching halt on March 17th as a result of COVID-19. Suddenly, there was no chance to hold major fundraisers. So unfortunately, though, Mr. Speaker, the needs of those students did not cease when classes ended, and in fact expanded and continued to grow. As we all know, that hunger is not a Monday to Friday matter. So the foundation, with the help of community partners, committed to providing $50 gift cards every week to 650 families and have agreed to do so as long as the coronavirus pandemic persists. And in further, they also provided grab-and-go bags. So this was funded with a kindness campaign by selling T-shirts, which I believe is a very timely campaign to remind everyone that kindness is needed right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kootenay East.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations on your new role. Mr. Speaker, who would dare run from Sparwood to Cranbrook in the frigid Rocky Mountain region, traveling over 175 kilometers? Well, that someone is Calvin Doman, who is collecting pledges for the Starlight Not Alone campaign. The Starlight Not Alone campaign, which is a partnership between the East Kootenay Foundation for Health and the Tanaha Kinbasket Family and Child Services Society, is working hard to raise the $1.4 million needed to bring a new Foundry East Kootenay Centre to the riding of Kootenay East. The BC Foundry was created through funding in part from the Government of British Columbia in 2015. In that same year, the BC government announced 8 new Foundry Centre locations, which significantly improved access to health and wellness resources, services and supports for young people ages 12 to 24 and their families. 1 in 5 British Columbian youth need mental health or substance use services, but only 1/4 of these receive the care they need. Another FYI is that 75% of all mental health and substance abuse issues start before the age of 25. So the new Foundry East Kootenay Centre will be very much welcomed in our small southeast corner of the province. Calvin successfully raised well over $30,000 on that brisk morning, but his leadership has catapulted the pledges to over $170,000 in just over 1 month when the campaign was launched on November 1st. If I know Kootenay East residents, and I dare say that I do, our $1.4 million goal that has been given 18 months to deliver on will be smashed in half that time. Thank you so much to Brenna Baker for all the work you do in fundraising coordination for the EKFH, as well as all the generous donors from around the East Kootenay area. If you want to donate, please visit the EKFH's website at ekfh.ca. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Well, last week, the Premier had nothing to say when we asked why his government was cutting support to some of the most vulnerable people in British Columbia. And the Minister of Social Development dutifully stuck to his speaking notes. Since then, and I'm sure the Premier has as well, we've heard from those who will bear the brunt of this NDP cut. Cynthia Braden writes, and I quote, "People receiving PWD need support in these trying times. To offer $500 and then claw back $450 from PWD, all in the same announcement, sends a very strong message to all of us about your lack of understanding of people's needs." end quote. So perhaps today, the Premier will stand up and explain to Cynthia why he is clawing back this very much needed support.
Premier of British Columbia.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. She will remember that in 2017, my government gave the first increase to people with disabilities in over 5 years. She'll remember quite vividly that we replaced the clawback of transportation passes that were taken away by the former government, taking bus passes away from people with disabilities. And when the pandemic hit, we introduced a new $300 a month benefit for a 3-month period, extended it for another 3 months, and have only recently reduced that so that we could get into the budget process and make any increases permanent in the years going forward. I would have thought someone who spent 16 years in government would have understood how government makes decisions.
Leader of the Official Opposition on first supplemental.
Well, thank you very much. And while I appreciate the Premier standing up today, it's simply not good enough. What the Premier needs to do, he may want to continue to look back, but what the Premier needs to do is stand up and look in the mirror. Because this decision wasn't made 5 years ago or 10 years ago, it was made last week. And the responsibility for the decision lands squarely on his shoulders. Christie writes, and I quote, "The $300 supplement has made an absolute world of difference to many disabled folks, including myself. Yet you chose to cut it in half prior to canceling it in the middle of a pandemic," end quote. So in the middle of the pandemic, this government is making it harder for those living with disabilities instead of making life just a little bit easier. So instead of promising maybe somewhere down the road, some budget process, somebody will look at it, the Premier has the opportunity to stand up today, rethink that decision, and give assurance to the most vulnerable in British Columbia that he's actually paying attention to their concerns.
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Well, we are paying attention to people with disabilities. That's why we returned the bus pass that government took away. That's why we gave the first increase in over 5 years when we had the opportunity. And when we had the opportunity in the midst of a pandemic, we put $300 a month into the pockets of vulnerable people for a 3-month period, and then we doubled it again for another 3 months. And through the remainder of this fiscal year, which means nothing to the people back at home, but should mean something to the Leader of the Opposition, we've ensured that those same people have the same amount of money. In fact, they'll have $50 more as we go through the budget process and make permanent changes to reduce poverty in British Columbia. I'll also remind the member before I take my seat that British Columbia was the last province in the country to have a poverty reduction plan because that member sat on it for 16 years and did nothing. To stand up today and profess she cares is a little bit rich.
Leader of the Official Opposition for second supplemental.
I absolutely do. And what's a little bit rich is that the Premier seems to have forgotten that today, not 3 months from now, not during a budget process, by the way, which this government brought everyone to the legislature to discuss, pushing off that budget longer and longer and longer from when it should be in this House. So the Premier has the opportunity today. He actually won the right to be the leader of his party and of government. He doesn't have to wait. He can take that worry off the minds of British Columbians who have enough to worry about. Listen to what TJ had to say. Here's what TJ had to say, and I quote, "My stomach just dropped, and I became nauseous, because what I read into this is that they will be taking it all away very soon," end quote. It's not about waiting for a budget process. It's not about letting people worry and be concerned and be upset. They have enough to worry about. And the Premier can stop looking in the rearview mirror and start taking responsibility for decisions that he and his government made last week. So will the Premier do the right thing? Will he get up today, right now, and end the clawback?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And again, it's absolutely gobsmacking to hear the Leader of the Opposition of a party that took away money from vulnerable people, took away their bus pass, did not increase income assistance or disability pensions for people for half a decade, to now be indignant because we continue to keep the dollars going, through the pandemic as we prepare for the budget process to meet the needs of all British Columbians. Now, Her Majesty's official opposition is supposed to have a modicum of common sense, Honourable Speaker, and after 16 years in government, I would have thought that the Leader of the Opposition would understand how budgets are made. We are going to make the budget, and we will be mindful of all British Columbians, particularly those that are vulnerable at this extraordinary time in our history. I appreciate the member needs to stand up and say something. I would have thought that she would have come at this from a perspective where she had some stable ground to stand on.
Member for Peace River North.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The Minister last week veered off script for a moment and talked a little bit about, and I quote, his reduced rate, which sounds fancy, or like a fancy way of saying a cut. Paula writes, and I quote, saying that it balances out with the $500 doesn't make sense. Everyone else in BC below a certain income gets $500, so it shouldn't be counted as extra for people on PWD. Also, the fact that people need to apply for this and go through hoops will be a huge barrier for a lot of people, and many will not receive the $500, end quote. So again, to the Premier, talking about the decision last week, will he end the clawback?
Minister of Social Development and Poverty Reduction, I also want to tell members, Minister is online, but his Wi-Fi may not be working properly. Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and I appreciate the member's question. And it's a repeat. The answer is obvious and clear. In March, the province introduced a workers' benefit for people in the province, and since not everyone was eligible, a $300 supplement was added to those in receipt of income assistance and disability assistance, as well as those receiving the senior supplement. That was renewed after the first 3-month period for another 3 months, and then another 3 months. And this month, the province introduced a recovery benefit. And unlike the workers' benefit, the recovery benefit is open to everyone under a certain income threshold. So people on income assistance and disability assistance will be eligible and can apply for this recovery benefit. And in addition, starting in January, there is a supplement of $150 for 3 months. So I would suggest that if one were to do the math, one would realize that everybody in receipt of income assistance or disability assistance will be receiving more. And to give an example...
Thank you, Minister.
You're welcome.
Member on his supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The fact remains that this cut will hurt people. Doesn't matter how you slice it, and the Minister talks about a $150 increase. It isn't. And the thousands of people that are taking to social media, the thousands of people that are signing the petition, say also the other way. Danny Lamb started this petition to fight the NDP cut and is asking the Premier to go back to the drawing board and do better for those that are vulnerable and most at risk. Victor is one of hundreds of British Columbians who have already signed the petition, and he says, quote, the most vulnerable should not be the ones paying for this pandemic. Again to the Premier, will he do the right thing and stop this clawback?
Minister of Social Development and Poverty Reduction.
I appreciate the opportunity to carry on with my response. And I have the opportunity to tell the member from Peace River that, in fact, someone receiving income assistance or disability assistance, previously, as a single parent, they would be receiving $900 for 3 months. Under the new system, which is being used for January, February, and March, that includes the benefit available to 3.7 million British Columbians, that single parent will be receiving $1,450 versus the $900.
Member for Saanich North and Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government has been keeping the public...
Members, that question is over. Next one. Member for Saanich North and Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government has been keeping the public in the dark about the costs and the public safety risks of Site C. The Premier has known since at least January, and probably much earlier, about the significant geotechnical problems at Site C. And yet it wasn't until the end of July, 7 months later, that he chose to come clean with the public about the massive problems facing this dam and that project. My question, Mr. Speaker, is to the Premier. Will the Premier inform this House when he and his ministers in the Cabinet first learned about the very serious issues facing Site C, and can he explain why he chose not to inform the public or take any action until the middle of this past summer?
Minister for Energy Mines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for the question. When discussing Site C, it's important to reflect back on the genesis of this project and remember that the old government, the Liberal government, set out to push this project forward past what the Premier Clark, described as the point of no return. They refused to let the BCUC, the independent watchdog, examine the project. They signed off on a design that included geological risks, and they spent billions of dollars without proper oversight in pushing the project forward. Clearly, there were cost pressures on the project, but the government has been managing them. COVID created unforeseen challenges for the project, and we are now facing geotechnical challenges in the design that the old government approved. As a result of that, I asked and brought on Peter Milburn, a former deputy minister, to the member for Abbotsford West as a special advisor. He has been playing a major role in examining the project. He will provide me and our government with independent advice and a fresh perspective. I'm expecting that report shortly, and we will go from there. I don't really want to prejudge the results of his review.
Member for Saanich North and Islands for supplemental.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's important to note that this is not just a Liberal project at its genesis. This is an NDP project, as they picked it up and have been carrying the water on this for the last 3.5 years. And also, I think it's important to point out that I did not ask a question about the project. I asked a question about what the Premier knew and when he knew it. I'm not sure why that minister stood up and answered the question, The government has known about the project risk and the significant geotechnical problems for a very long time. Yet the Premier and his Cabinet have kept this information from the public, racing ahead with construction even during the COVID-19 pandemic. It's reckless in the extreme that instead of pausing the project, this government is barreling ahead, even diverting a river in the middle of an election. Still, we have no answers about the public safety, no answers about the stability of the dam site, no answers about when the final cost will be. The Premier won't stand up and ask a question about what he knew and when he knew it. My question again, Mr. Speaker, is to the Premier. Why has the Premier allowed BC Hydro to go full speed ahead on construction this year, even diverting the river to begin construction of this earth-filled dam, while keeping British Columbians in the dark about the serious risks facing this project?
Minister of Energy, Mines and Low Carbon Innovation.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's disappointing to hear this member spread information. BC Hydro has been clear. It wasn't until December 2019 that engineers confirmed the significant foundation challenges associated with the right bank. In January 2020, further analysis on the foundation and potential enhancements was initiated, and this work continued into the spring. That's one of the items on which we'll expect further comment from Mr. Milburn.
Leader of Third Party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I'll say what is disappointing is that the NDP government won't actually stand up and give accurate information to the public or to this House on this project. And this is really starting to look like a cover-up when the Premier won't even stand up and answer the question posed to him by my colleague from Saanich North in the island. There is a shocking amount of secrecy around Site C. This is the single most expensive infrastructure project in BC's history, and the Premier is deliberately keeping the public in the dark while spending $3 million per day continuing construction. This is public money, Mr. Speaker, and people have a right to far more transparency and accountability on this project than they are getting. My question, Honourable Speaker, is to the Premier. Will the Premier commit to releasing the full, unedited, unredacted Milburn report and the terms of reference, as well as the reports from the Technical Advisory Committee, all Site C Project Assurance Board records, and all reports from the Site C independent engineer?
Minister of Energy, Mines and Low Carbon Innovation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned, I brought on Mr. Milburn, who's a professional engineer and a former deputy minister. He has been examining the project, playing a very important role, and it's because we take this situation very seriously that he has been brought on, and he will provide advice. He will give myself and our government independent advice and a fresh perspective. I'm not in a position to prejudge the results of his review and therefore not able to answer some of the detail in the members' questions.
Leader of Third Party on supplemental.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And my colleague and I have asked a series of questions of government today about the single largest infrastructure project in BC's history, and we have not received a single straightforward answer. We've seen in this question period what is reminiscent of what we have seen around Site C for the last 3 years. Few answers, very little information, no transparency from this government. Peter Milburn's appointment is an exercise that appears to serve as political cover for this government to avoid answering questions for anything else. Milburn doesn't have the right technical expertise to even recommend a fix to the site, and he is, like every other expert that this government brings forward, far from independent from this project. My question through you, Honourable Speaker, is to the Premier. Will he finally do the right thing, suspend construction at this dam and appoint an independent panel of actually internationally recognized experts to undertake a review to see if this project can be built safely and at what cost?
Minister of Energy, Mines and Low Carbon Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have full confidence in Mr. Milburn, and I don't share the view that's expressed of his expertise and his qualifications. And I'm looking forward to the report and the advice that he will provide to myself and to the government, and I think it will be very helpful in assessing the path forward for this project.
Member for Vancouver-Langara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On September 6, 2017, the NDP cancelled construction that had already begun on the replacement of the George Massey Tunnel. That decision cost taxpayers $100 million and stopped a replacement that would have been open in 2022. At the time, the NDP promised immediate actions to, quote, find the best solution for the George Massey corridor, end quote. It has been nearly 3.5 years, or 1,195 days since then. After 1,195 days, can the Premier tell us the best solution and when it will be built?
Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. I'm very pleased to report that in the coming days, government will receive a business case on the crossing replacement project with recommended options, timelines, costs, all of those sorts of things. I had a meeting last week with leaders in Metro Vancouver to advise them of this, what an engagement plan will look like immediately beginning in the new year in 2021. Of course, the member will know that what this government has done, and this was, of course, not done previously when they were in power, is that we have actually created a budget to replace this key piece of infrastructure. So that is in our fiscal plan. That is part of what we would like to do. We will get to a Massey crossing that has the support of Metro Vancouver mayors. That was critically important to them. Our engagement with First Nations leaders as well is critically important. And what is really critically important to all Vancouverites and people who will use the new Massey replacement is that it be free of tolls, quite frankly, because while we're spending much of this week debating a measure in an extraordinary time to help 3.7 million British Columbians put more money in their pocket, we had a plan that would have taken hundreds, if not thousands of dollars out of Metro Vancouver residents' pockets each and every year forever. That's an approach we reject. We will build infrastructure that will serve the future of this region. We will do it by continuing to consult with mayors, working with First Nations communities, and get the right project.
Member for Vancouver-Langara on supplemental.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that answer is simply not good enough. It's not good enough for the commuters, the thousands of commuters who come from Richmond, South Surrey, Langley, Delta, ferry users, longshore workers, truck drivers, all who continue to wait in traffic, waiting on this government day after day after day. They need an answer from this government, not more empty promises of timelines to come. On May 23, 2019, already 2 years after promising to find the best solution, the Premier told British Columbians, quote, "I think we can get going on this quite quickly. Minister Claire Trevina is seized with this opportunity," end quote. Yet here we are, Mr. Speaker, 571 days after the Premier promised to act quickly. Instead, all we get from this NDP government is delay after delay after delay. Last week, the Minister of Transportation was asked about a potential timeline for this project, but he couldn't even say if a replacement for the George Massey Tunnel would be done by the year 2035. After 1,195 days of delay, can the Premier tell us when a replacement will be built?
Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And one of the critically important things that the business case is going to advise us, especially as we look to recover our economy after we get through the COVID-19 pandemic, make critical investments, invest an additional $3 billion over the most ambitious capital plan that this province has ever had, is to see how we can accelerate timelines for exactly that. We wanted to get to the right decision. This is a tremendously technical review. It, of course, involves key pieces of federal legislation. We're talking about the Fraser River here. We're talking about the Fisheries Act, the Navigable Waters Act. This has to be done right from an environmental perspective. This has to be done right in terms of how it serves the region for decades to come into the future. So the review is critically important. I've told the mayors that the timeline is there. The timeline is being adhered to. We're going to get to this in the new year as a government. We have a budget to be able to do this. This is a critically important and exciting piece of infrastructure. I would ask maybe the member, if he wanted to do something constructive to work with the government, is to join us in reminding the federal government, our friends there, where we've successfully negotiated many partnership agreements, that this would be an excellent candidate for a partnership agreement. This is a national trade corridor that is significant for the economic health of British Columbia. Wouldn't it be great if every member in this House agreed with that, and that we all had a common voice to Ottawa to urge that this be a candidate for investment in British Columbia to get people working, to solve the congestion, and to build a replacement that is worthy of British Columbia?
Member for Delta South.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And speaking of working together with government, I would say we work quite well with the other side of the House. With $100 million that we spent during our time of 3.5 years of getting the bridge to where it was, with the sand, with the pilings, with all the different things that we put in place to give them the opportunity to keep going on it. But they killed the project, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, people are trying to get home from work, get their kids to practice, and seniors to medical appointments. They can't wait another decade, Mr. Speaker, stuck in traffic in the largest traffic bottleneck in British Columbia. If the Premier hadn't played petty politics 3.5 years ago, we'd have a bridge almost 2/3 complete. Every month, for 39 months, there seems to be a new excuse. So, Mr. Speaker, to the Premier, my constituents want to know when a replacement will be built. At the very least, can he give a specific date when a business case will be made and a decision made about what to build?
Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member for the question. And as I've said in my previous answers, the business case being delivered to government is literally days away. I've given a heads up to Metro Vancouver mayors, including the mayors of Richmond and Delta, of that, and how we need their time and attention immediately in the new year to be able to, once government has had the ability to digest that crucially important business case. But what I would remind the member opposite of is that, in actual fact, this government has avoided playing politics. It was the then government that played politics with the Massey Crossing project. We've avoided that studiously by working with mayors, by integrating this project into the regional transportation plan. And if the member doesn't want to take my word for it, well, let me read the words of the MLA for Kamloops South Thompson, because he reflected on why the Massey Bridge was so universally unpopular in the host communities in which it was being built a few years ago, when he was licking his wounds after they lost that election. And I think the wisdom carries on for today if the member wants to go down for a stroll down memory lane. And the member said, a lesson for me that I really want to apply moving forward is that I think we had our elbows up a bit too much with mayors. I think the tone of conversation was not always one of partnership and working together. Well, Mr. Speaker, the tone on this side of the House and the business case that we look forward to receiving in a few days is all about partnership, it's all about moving forward, and it's all about getting the project that the Massey Crossing deserves.
Member for Delta South and supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's no money in the budget, there's no date for completion, and not even a business case that is now overdue. In the campaign, the NDP promised a business case this fall and federal funding by the end of the year. None of what was promised has happened. All we get is delay after delay after delay. This government can't even tell us, will it be a bridge or will it be a tunnel? Despite stacks of studies and reports that lay out all of the options. And regarding a bridge or a tunnel, I've been told recently in the media by our member from Delta North that it's going to be a tunnel. And I spoke to the chief of Tsawwassen First Nations just the other day, and I certainly hope that they've had consultations with First Nations, because the Tsawwassen First Nations wants nothing to do with a massive concrete tube sunk into the bottom of the Fraser River. Again, to the Premier, it is really a simple question. When will a business case be made public and a decision made about what they're going to build?
Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, to the member, I've said a few times now, I think this afternoon, and certainly on other occasions, the business case is coming any day now. This is an extensive technical review about the preferred option. This is something that government will consume and use to make an investment decision. In the meantime, we've already budgeted for a massive infrastructure project to replace the Massey Tunnel currently. And I think what my good friend, the member for Delta North, forgot to mention as he was speaking to the media is that under no circumstances, when we build this piece of critical infrastructure, will there be tolls that take money out of the pockets of working families in Metro Vancouver. There will be a toll-free bridge that is for the people of BC.
Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it's interesting. The minister has referenced a few times now that they have money budgeted, they have a plan ready to go, that there's monies identified. Yet our recollection is the first order of business from this government and their first fiscal plan was to completely remove the Massey Crossing from the budget. And in fact, we are hard-pressed to find any budgets moving forward where that has been referenced. And yet, the minister is telling us that they have monies identified for a yet unknown business plan and a yet unknown style of crossing, but they have a big, big budget he's identified. So can the minister provide to this House today, or the Premier perhaps, maybe the Premier would like to answer this question, how much money is identified in which budget, which fiscal plan are they operating off of? Because after this House breaks, Mr. Speaker, we won't see a budget in this House until May instead of in February. Because the only reason we're here is to not to debate the $2 billion of relief payments. We're here to debate whether they can delay a budget for an extra 2 months. So again, to the Premier, how much money then has the government identified for the Massey crossing? And how are they able to do that if they don't know what type of crossing they're going to do and what the timeline for that crossing is?
Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think all of these questions this afternoon are going to be a critical part of the business case. That's why government has done that in terms of the technology of the crossing, the high level of costing detail that will be done with it, the timeline at which it can be built and hopefully accelerate even further in a post-pandemic recovery period. All of those sorts of things are why we are getting the level of advice that we are getting. That's why we've had the engagement. That's why we've had a task force with mayors in Metro Vancouver. It's why we've had engagement with the Tsawwassen First Nations and others. And all of those things are important to moving the project forward, including the fiscal space we've created to build an infrastructure project that will replace the Massey Tunnel.
The bell ends question period. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to present the approved guarantees and indemnities report for the fiscal year ended March 31st, 2020 in accordance with the Financial Administration Act, Section 72(8). Thank you.
Madam Clerk. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I seek leave to move a motion to activate the Special Committee to review the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. The full text of the motion has been provided to the two House leaders.
Is the leave granted? Those who are participating remotely, have your cards ready, please. We'll be taking a vote on it. All those in favor, please indicate aye. Aye. Those who oppose, Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. By leave, I move that a special committee be appointed to review the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, pursuant to the Section 80 of that Act. That the special committee have the powers of a select standing committee, and in addition be empowered to A, appoint of its numbers one or more subcommittees, and to refer to such subcommittees any of the matters referred to the special committee, and to delegate the subcommittees all or any of its powers except to the power to report directly to the House. B, sit during a period which the House is adjourned during the recess after prorogation until the next following session and during any sitting of the House. C, conduct consultation by any means that the committee considers appropriate. D, adjourn from place to place as may be convenient. And E, retain such personnel as required to assist the special committee. That the special committee submit a report including any recommendation respecting the results of the review to the Legislative Assembly within 1 year of this motion being adopted by the House, and shall be deposit the original of its reports with the Clerk of the Legislative Assembly during a period of adjournment, and upon resumption of the sitting of the House, the Chair shall present all reports to the Legislative Assembly. That the said special committee be composed of the following members: Rick Glumat, convener; Susie Chant, Janet Rutledge, Henry Yao, John Rustad, Tom Shapitka, and Adam Olson.
Those who are participating remotely, have your cards ready, please. You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those who oppose indicate nay. Motion carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. I move continued second, or I call continued second reading.
Hold it.
Oh, sorry, I apologize.
I have the honor to present a complaint handling guide setting up effective complaint resolution systems in public organization from the Office of the Ombudsperson. Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. I called continue second reading of Bill 3.
The chair recognizes the member for West Vancouver, Capilano.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to rise and continue my comments from last week regarding the Finance Statutes Amendment Act. I'll start again, Mr. Speaker, by saying I don't understand why we are here looking at this today. Forgive me if I repeat myself from my previous comments. In this, the NDP's first piece of legislation in this session, it does not deal with the issues that British Columbians are experiencing today. Rather, this government is coming here to look for ways to, they are not coming here to look for ways to support small business, the hospitality sector, teachers, frontline workers, the families of children with youth special needs. We have been called to Victoria instead because this NDP government appears not to be able to account for its finances. As I shared previously, my own experience with the impact of my small business from 9/11 was devastating, financially and emotionally, and it was only a blip compared to what those small business owners are dealing with today. The budget forms the legal basis for government spending, and timely budgets enacted before the new fiscal year are an integral part of good governance. The Premier said today that this House, he expects that he knows how good budgets are made. This pandemic has hit British Columbians and our economy in a sudden and dramatic manner. It has required both federal and provincial spending to keep the lights on. And the calling of this unnecessary elections, prior to the calling of this unnecessary elections, all the parties in this House were working together and supporting the best interest of British Columbians. Now this government is asking to go it alone and no longer involve or share its plans with this House. The bill you have brought us is very concerning. From what we can see, this is a bill to limit government transparency and accountability while also delaying needed supports into the hands of British Columbians. The bill before us will effectively allow government to delay introducing the next budget until the end of next May. The NDP government already came to us for an amendment to delay the budget by an initial 30 days, and now government returns to the House to ask for yet another extension. In June of this year, government's previous finance minister said, quote, "These changes will allow sufficient time for due diligence to be done by the good public servants who work for all of us in British Columbia." Clearly, that was not the case. A 60-day delay in delivering a budget is unacceptable. Either this government knows or does not know its numbers. If it does not know its numbers, then why isn't it being transparent? And if it doesn't know its numbers, how can we have any confidence in this government's ability to manage the money of British Columbians and to know how to build a substantive economic recovery plan? This will give government an additional 60 days to decide what new taxes they're going to add or policies to enact to inhibit economic recovery and growth. NDP governments do not have a good history of sound economic planning. We've seen this in the past. I'd like to read a quote by economist Jason Clemens and Joel Ems in a 2001 report, Returning British Columbians to Prosperity. Quote, undisciplined government spending was one of the root problems of BC's fiscal and economic woes during the 1990s, the other being uncompetitive tax rates. The root of the economic problems in British Columbia was poor policy founded on a belief in the efficacy of a more activist and interventionist government. This is the NDP's way of budgeting and managing the economy. Economists refer to this last time the province had a majority NDP government as the lost years for British Columbia's economy. Now, I'm an accountant, but you don't need to be an accountant to know that this is not a responsible way to manage the budget of British Columbians. I'll remind this House that this will lead the longest stretch in 20 years without a scheduled fiscal update. Now is not a time to keep hidden what has been and what is planned to be spent. We need financial transparency now more than ever before. You are asking for an amendment to a bill that is meant to ensure transparency, which will then result in making things less transparent. I have seen this government bring in policies on the fly over the last 3 years and then scramble to figure out what the actual impact of their actions are on British Columbians, on businesses, and on nonprofits. This is another example of this government deciding an action without understanding its consequences. For example, the introduction of the EHT announced with no information on how it would impact nonprofits because government didn't know, and it was announced after annual budgets for organizations had already been planned. Has this government consulted with any of the myriad of other organizations that will be impacted by the delay that it's asking for? There are many organizations that rely on this government to have its budget in order before the end of the fiscal year. This delay has a trickle-down effect, and these organizations do not have the opportunity to delay their budgets. In fact, some of them have statutory obligations they need to contend with their budgets. With the financial impact of COVID, nonprofits that provide services on behalf of this government, like mental health counseling, family preservation, supervised access, programs for children and youth with special needs, detox centers for youth, they're unaware if they're going to get contract renewals. How will these organizations know if they have funding? Making matters worse, this government decided to do away with multi-year contracts with these service providers, meaning that when there is no budget, they have absolutely no security for funding for these next years. So this government is asking to push financial risk to those organizations. They either lay off staff and begin to wrap up programs, which would be devastating for everyone, or they take the financial and reputational risk of continuing to provide services and simply hoping that there's money for their contract to be renewed. This delay may in fact result in people losing their jobs as funding remains unsure. It will likely result, as it did with the introduction of the low-wage redress, in nonprofits having to use lines of credit to cover payroll. Boards of directors of these nonprofits will be forced to make very difficult decisions. This is only one example of what government is asking them to do by not putting forward a budget in a timely manner. While we can see how this budget, or how this bill would benefit government, it is very hard to see how it would benefit the people of British Columbia. I wonder again, why are we here to discuss this? Why aren't we looking at the other things we need to be doing to ensure that people are safe and healthy and have jobs and we can move this economy forward? What about the other promises that this government has made? What about the commitment the government made on October 9th to the restaurant sector, to cap 15% commission fees for food delivery services. You heard the bill introduced for the member for Surrey White Rock to actually come true on that, to actually take action and make that very thing happen. Because of the promise this government made to voters on this issue, I see no reason why it would not be in full support of its passing. Now, we are less than 2 weeks away from Christmas, and those frontline workers who've been working for all of us since this pandemic broke have yet to be paid their promised pandemic pay. Is this how we demonstrate how we value these heroes? Where is their money? The holidays that are usually a time of celebration and comfort for so many, we know that this year is going to look very different. But government is asking everyone in BC to make sacrifices for the greater good. The people of BC are looking for this government to have a plan and to take action. And that does not involve delaying their budget for an additional 30 days so they can figure things out. The NDP made a hollow promise, short on details, that led the people of British Columbia to believe that they would be receiving a $1,000 benefit direct deposited into their bank accounts by Christmas. Now that we are getting the details, this is not, in fact, the case. It is clear once again that there was little thought or planning put into this announcement. Rather, this government thought it was a good soundbite during an election campaign. In fact, the elimination of the PST for 1 year would have had a more substantive financial impact for British Columbians, with more benefit to those with lower incomes than this one-time, maybe you'll get it, maybe you won't get it, we're not sure how much you're going to get, benefit that is now being put before us, and would have been infinitely less complicated to administer and calculate. There'd be no application process, and it would have an immediate impact that would result in savings in excess of this one-time payment from this government. Now people must apply. They need to base it on their 2019 income. And as my colleagues, the media, and analysts have pointed out on multiple occasions, the pandemic began after we filed our 2019 tax returns. I heard the Minister of Finance say last week that her government is rolling out this benefit to help those who are most in need. How does her government know who is most in need if they don't know anything about the impact to their income since the end of 2019? I've heard multiple members of government stand up and say the same thing. They have also said that this pandemic benefit will help those who most need it. But that is not accurate. It is not targeted to those who most need it. It is a broad shotgun approach to providing a benefit to as many people in British Columbia as they can during an election. Surely, in the 2 months since this benefit was announced during a snap election, government would have had ample time to ensure it was designed in a manner that made it fair, easy to access, and substantive enough to make a difference. The ability to buy a $5 latte is not substantive. And what about those who are not avid followers of the news? Do they know now that they need to apply? What if they don't have a computer, or as my northern colleagues often experience, access to stable internet? So this holiday season, in the middle of the most extreme emergency that our province has dealt with in a century, all the government has to offer British Columbians is the assurance that help is at least 2 months further away, and even that's not clear. As the official opposition, we are tasked with holding the government to account and doing our best to ensure that this government is serving the interests of people of this province. We know that British Columbians need and want support right now, and we want to do everything in our power to get those supports into their hands as soon as possible. An example of just how much this help is needed is demonstrated in the report issued 2 weeks ago by the Representative for Children and Youth with Special Needs. Now, I appreciate that the Ministry of Children and Families was faced with an unprecedented event when COVID hit. And so were all of the social services providers, frontline staff, and families that were impacted. But cutting services provided to the families of children and youth with special needs without prioritizing interim services and without communicating to those families about what was happening and what was available to them, well, this government has failed in its responsibility. In any emergency, in any change like this, communication is absolutely key, and that was not part of the changes that were made. Now, we know it's difficult to develop a budget. The thousands of organizations who rely on this government also know it's difficult to prepare a budget. It takes a lot of work. We know this as opposition because we were involved in preparing 5 consecutive balanced budgets, which were all delivered on time. When this government refers to the last government, I would also like to remind them that they are now referring to themselves. This is not a new government. The NDP has been in power for more than 3 years and should understand and know how to deliver a budget on time, and one that is able to provide support for the people in this province during these very difficult circumstances. In the spring, this government, with the help of all parties in the House, pivoted quickly to address the first wave of COVID-19. But since then, we have been waiting to see from them an economic recovery plan. Instead, we got a survey. This government decided to delay the supports for exhausted frontline workers, to delay supports for long-term care homes, struggling small businesses and families who have lost significant portions of their income. I shall also quote from the recent throne speech, quote, "The way to get through this difficult time is by following the same approach we used during the first wave," unquote. Well, we're not in the first wave. We now see the consequences on people and businesses. We're in the second wave, and with a vaccine on the horizon, which is exciting and something for us to look forward to. But this is a different time with different circumstances, and this is when we need to look at a new approach, and we need to have plans. We can't do the same thing. We need innovation. We need a government that understands budgeting and economics. We need a government that will not attempt to tax its way out of British Columbia's growing deficit, which will be a sure way to cripple economic recovery. This government has been given the trust of British Columbians, and I ask that they do not take advantage of this. This government has already broken trust by using the cooperation of the BC Liberals and the BC Green Party in the last session to leverage its own success in a snap election. So don't break trust again by using majority government to avoid transparency when this province needs it more than ever. I end, Mr. Speaker, where I began. I do not know why we are being asked this question by this government. Thank you.
Thank you to the member for West Vancouver Capilano. Now recognize the member for Caribou-Chilcotin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by offering my most sincere thanks to all of the people on the front lines serving us every day. I, along with British Columbians, are grateful to say the least. Thank you to our healthcare workers, our first responders, the retail workers, and of course all the people that keep our food systems working every day. We are, for sure, extremely grateful to all of you for your unwavering commitment. I must say, as a new MLA, I'm surprised that the very first bill that I would get a chance to debate would be a bill that would delay help to millions of people in our province. I, of course, had hoped that the work that we would do here in this House would be work that would benefit all of British Columbia. We're here to debate this one bill, and I really had hoped that we could have spent these valuable hours inventing solutions for small business, solutions for tourism, solutions for rural British Columbia, and of course, solutions for our families. On behalf of my constituents of the Caribou-Chilcotin, it is with great pride and interest that I rise today to debate my first bill since being elected by my constituents only a few short weeks ago. You can be assured, Mr. Speaker, that I intend to represent all of the people who live in the riding of Caribou-Chilcotin, regardless of whether or not they voted for me in the last election. As elected representatives, it's our obligation to put the interests of the people of British Columbia first. We may have differing opinions on various sides of this House, but I'm certain each member of this House feels the exact same way. Most of us enter public life with the goal of serving the public, of course, and this pandemic has certainly placed the focus on just how important that is. We all want to emerge out of this stronger and more resilient, and in order for us to succeed during a pandemic, the people of British Columbia expect our elected representatives to come up with solutions. Callous rhetoric will only go so far in one of the greatest health threats in the modern age. During this session of the Legislature, it is my sincere hope that we can put partisanship aside, and instead, we must pursue goals that will see our province emerge from this in the best possible shape we can. And Mr. Speaker, we are not a province that any one of us should be left behind. Certainly, we must mourn those who we have lost over the past 9 months, but we also have an obligation to care for the living as we move forward through the second wave. This is especially true in rural communities and even more for small First Nation communities along the coast. People are scared, Mr. Speaker. They're extremely fearful. So it's up to us as elected representatives to show some leadership. As I mentioned earlier, this is the first piece of legislation that I am addressing as a new member of this legislature. While the whole purpose of this short 2-week session is just to pass this one single bill, we therefore have to question exactly what the purpose of this legislation is. To answer that, Mr. Speaker, I have the following information on Bill 3, the Finance Statutes Amendment Act. This bill, Mr. Speaker, will extend the deadline for presenting the budget and the main estimates for the fiscal year to April 30th. Mr. Speaker, that's 1 month into the 2021 fiscal year. The bill also allows for special warrants to be authorized for the beginning of 2021, the fiscal year, meaning no legislative approval will be required. These changes are permanent with respect to the general elections that trigger the delayed budget provisions in the Budget Transparency and Accountability Act. So as a new member of this House, I have to ask, Mr. Speaker, what is the purpose of making any bill or legislation into law? To answer that, we need to examine the following. Why is it necessary for the government to ask for an extension on its budget obligations? Why does the government need special warrants that will give it spending powers without proper accountability? And why are all these last-minute changes necessary in the first place? British Columbians were initially told that the purpose of this relatively short 2-week session was for one reason and one reason alone: to give the government the authority to issue every British Columbian a one-time pandemic benefit. The purpose, one might expect, is to deliver relief to British Columbians who have lost their job because of the pandemic. The other purpose, according to the Premier, is to give consumers money necessary to start the economy. Those are all laudable goals, Mr. Speaker, but when we hold Bill 3 up to the light, we begin to see some rather serious defaults that will ultimately put money in the hands of people who don't necessarily need it. And that, for sure, is a problem, Mr. Speaker. There are thousands of British Columbians now out of work. Their normal way of making a living has been impossible during these COVID pandemic restrictions. And in 2019, most of these people had a good job. They had steady income, and they were solid contributors to our economy. In the Cariboo-Chilcotin, we're talking about those in the tourism sector, small businesses, the restaurant industry. All of those industries have been ravaged by this pandemic. The forest industry, ranchers, guides, and outfitters, you name it, Mr. Speaker, and yet today, these people desperately need our help. However, we're learning that many British Columbians will be ineligible, and yet, far worse, Mr. Speaker, those with uninterrupted income in 2019 and 2020 will be fully eligible for the pandemic payment. This is a quote from one of my constituents that I received yesterday. The money that the province announced is nonsense. We don't need it, but we qualify. My son hasn't worked since March, and he doesn't. He made, in 2019, $85,000. But this year, Mr. Speaker, I beg your pardon, in 2020, I plan to apply for the money and give it to him, end quote. That's Bill Carruthers. It's disturbing, Mr. Speaker, and definitely worrisome. At a time when the finance minister is pushing our province deeper and deeper into debt, doesn't it make more sense to put the money into the hands of the people who need it? We know it is simply because our new Minister of Finance is insisting that eligibility be based on income tax returns filed in 2019. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about income levels that were generated long before anyone even heard of COVID-19. And this is a serious misgiving, not to mention a serious disappointment to those who are in dire need right now. As legislatures, we have the responsibility to pass laws and authorize spending that ultimately will benefit the entire province. The BC Recovery Benefit of $500 for individuals and up to $1,000 for families was promised by the NDP as part of their election platform just a few short months ago. However, let's be blunt about this. We, as the official opposition, fully understand that the recovery benefit will be useful to many British Columbians that are in need. But in no way does a one-time benefit payment constitute a comprehensive economic renewal plan for the whole province. We need to emerge out of this global pandemic the way we were before. We need to be entrepreneurial. We need to be innovative. We need to be not afraid to take on the world and all the challenges that we would normally have before us. To arrive at that destination, Mr. Speaker, we need just one thing. We need a solid economic recovery plan to get this province back on the path of economic prosperity. This will involve bold measures for all sectors of our economy. The private sector needs tax relief. Small businesses need less regulation and the freedom to adapt and innovate during this pandemic. And finally, the province needs a long-term economic strategy to get us back to the point where the private sector is once again at the heart of our economy. If we give, Mr. Speaker, and I'm talking about the ones who actually need help, if we give them the help, the tools that they need to succeed, they will once again be in a position to better help themselves. And yet the approach of this government is to promise this universal payment to all British Columbians. Blowing up record deficits will just land this government and this province back into the 1990s when the NDP went on a spending spree. And Mr. Speaker, it took years to finally balance the budget and finally have the money to make investments into people of this province. What we need is to target the people in need. What we don't need is a finance minister that's speculating on how people should be using their benefit payment on $5 lattes or buying something special for themselves during this holiday season. Moving forward, taxpayers' money should only be targeted to those in need. I will speak more about this in the context of the Caribou Chilcotin, Mr. Speaker, but before I do, let's talk about the special warrants. On occasion, and I do mean on rare occasion, our government requires special warrants that give them the authority to spend in the event of an emergency without the usual budget scrutiny that is a function of this legislature. Special warrants are meant to be just a temporary expenditure to get past the unexpected, of course. They are not to be used willfully to shut down the legislature and override our democratic principles. Special warrants are just a tool in a pinch, nothing more, Mr. Speaker. The government would have to make a pretty convincing argument as to why any of this would be necessary, and yet we haven't heard one significant or substantial argument from the Premier or our government. As you're aware, Mr. Speaker, last March, all of the parties came together for a special meeting with the Premier in the face of this pandemic. The BC Liberals and the Green Party agreed to put politics aside and give the Premier and his Cabinet authority to spend up to $5 billion worth of emergency funding. All of this was done in just one single day, Mr. Speaker, unprecedented from a historical perspective. $1.5 billion was set aside for 6 months, from March till September, and yet none of this money was deemed necessary for the economic recovery as thousands of British Columbians joined the ranks of the unemployed. As history shows, the Premier thought it more necessary to hold an early election. We could have, Mr. Speaker, had this money out the door months ago and in the hands of the people who really did need it. The Finance Minister and the Premier, by the way, now face the embarrassing prospect that this benefit may not reach British Columbians until into the new year. The government says the money will be used to stimulate the economy, and now we're learning that none of this might happen during the holiday season when most of our retailers need it the most. The Finance Minister is saying a week from now, British Columbians will be able to find out if they actually qualify for the pandemic benefit payment. That is just 13 days before we can kiss 2020 goodbye, Mr. Speaker. And I can't help but stress this, that we could have had this money out the door months ago. But no, the Premier had more important things in mind, like breaking his own government's fixed election date. I wasn't a member of this House when the NDP said it was necessary to change the fixed election date from the spring of 2021 to the fall, and that's fine, Mr. Speaker. But when the government goes to all of the effort of bringing in the legislation that fundamentally alters our democratic process, at least they could stand behind their own convictions. There was no reason for the Premier to call a snap election in the middle of a global health crisis. None, Mr. Speaker. But as we know, this government is more interested in its own vitality than the vitality and health of British Columbians, and it's true. We know that for a fact. And when we emerge from this pandemic, history will record exactly how the past few months all went down. But in the meantime, Mr. Speaker, we, in the official opposition, will do our part to keep the mind of this province focused where it needs to be. Having been recently named as the official opposition critic for rural development, I would like to serve the following notice. Rural BC does matter. And when our new finance minister finally gets around to tabling a budget that could be in late spring or early summer, because this is what this legislation is calling us to do, then you can be assured, Mr. Speaker, that we will be looking for a budget that will benefit all British Columbians. Rural BC has been taken for granted by this government since it was first elected over 3 years ago. One of the NDP's first moves was to eliminate the ministry known as Rural Economic Development, and in doing so, you've told British Columbians that only NDP ridings in the Lower Mainland and Vancouver Island are eligible for assistance. So now we know this Premier and his government have officially put rural British Columbia on notice. The NDP intends to continue ignoring rural British Columbia and concentrate instead on its political ambitions in the Lower Mainland. Mr. Speaker, I wish the Premier and his caucus good luck with that. In the meantime, the official opposition will insist on an agenda that puts the well-being of British Columbians first, from Vancouver Island to the Lower Mainland, from the Peace region to the Kootenays, and yes, Mr. Speaker, even the Cariboo-Chilcotin will be placed at the top of the agenda. When historians look back at how British Columbia really emerged out of this pandemic, I can assure you of one thing: those who put people above politics will always carry the day. I'd like to close by offering my most sincere condolences to all of those who have lost loved ones during this awful pandemic. My thoughts are certainly with all of you. On behalf of the people of Cariboo-Chilcotin, I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to address these issues in this legislature. Thank you.
Thank you to the member from Cariboo-Chilcotin. Just like to remind our colleagues on Zoom, if you're stepping away from your chair, to turn off your camera, please. Thank you. Member for Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I am glad to rise today to continue discussion of this bill, one that will have a profound impact on British Columbians in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. The bill before us will effectively allow government to delay introducing the next budget until April of next year. Let me say that one more time. It will allow us to delay the next budget until April of next year. That's hard to believe. While we can see how this bill would benefit government, it's hard to see how it will benefit the people of BC. From what we can see, this is a bill that will limit government transparency and accountability while also delaying the needed supports from getting into the hands of British Columbians. We are less than 3 weeks away from Christmas, shorter than that now. And people were looking to this government for something, for help, for assistance, for a little bit of sacrifice. Here we are in Victoria, debating legislation that would move our budget back, that will move support for some of these vital ministries back, that will delay many vulnerable British Columbians from getting the assistance they need back. We have to think about that. During this holiday season, all the government has to offer British Columbians in assurance is help is on the way. Not now, not in February, when we usually see the budget table. It's going to be a little bit further away. We deserve more from this government. The people of British Columbia deserve more from this government. As the official opposition, we are tasked with holding the government to account and doing our best to ensure that this government is serving the interests of the people of this province. We know that British Columbians want and they need the support right now. In opposition, as opposition, we want to do everything in our power to get those supports in their hands as soon as possible. That is why you're seeing some very important questions and concerns about this bill being raised. And I think that's a good thing. The bill comes almost as a package supporting supplementary estimates that will allow the promised BC recovery benefit that the Premier so proudly promised during the campaign. But if you look closely, in the bill and in the supplementary estimates that have been released, we are already starting to see things change from how they promised during the campaign to what they're actually putting forward in legislation. One example that we've talked about and will continue to talk about as opposition is that the government is asking for more money to increase the scope of the payment. Now, we obviously want as many people as possible who need this benefit to receive it, but it's clear that this is a government that is making a policy on the fly. When we debate this, it's important to mention the fact that the eligibility of the recovery benefit is based off of 2019 income. 2019 income. The pandemic began in 2020. Unemployment has skyrocketed in 2020. Businesses, small businesses, big businesses have shut down in 2020. Mr. Speaker, I recently heard from a now single mother who left a marriage with her children in April of this year. And she left it under some very, very trying circumstances. And she explained to me that one of the things, and she saw during the election, was a bit of hope that this recovery benefit would give her family a boost at Christmas time. She will not qualify for this benefit. She will not be able to provide her kids with Christmas gifts with this benefit. Now, I think that
If the member for Kootenay East is ready, would you please do your speech now, and we'll go back to the member for Surrey White Rock when he's able to reconnect.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations on your new appointment or your new role in the legislature. I haven't had a chance to talk yet to the throne speech. So before I debate Bill 3, the Act, I'd like to put a few shout outs. It gives me distinct pleasure, of course, to be representing the constituents of the hardworking and easy living constituents of Kootenay East and on the traditional territory of the Ktunaxa First Nation. And speaking of the Ktunaxa, I wanted to give some recognition out to Nasukin Joe Pierre, who was just recently elected as chief of the beautiful Acom community, for which those that don't know where Acom community is, it's not too far from Cranbrook. It's about 5-10 minute drive outside of town. And before I give my response today, Mr. Speaker, I really need to give some special mentions to some special people. First, I want to recognize the clerk of the legislature. Not many have done so, but I know everybody feels the same way. The clerk was appointed back in March, I believe, just before the pandemic hit. And since that time, I believe she's earned her keep in more ways than one, and she's probably gotten more than she's bargained for with COVID and some other IT problems in the legislature. So I wanted to give her a special shout out. Here more locally, I want to give a special recognition to Heather Smith and Christy Wielden, my LA or my CAs here in Cranbrook, and also Crystal Desaw in Victoria, who is my legislative assistant. Ryan Mitten and John Hennefant in research, Doug Secord in communications, and also to the team that helped me in the campaign. It was a really concerted effort. From normally we have 200 volunteers, we were down to about 30 this time around, but John Zimmer, my campaign manager, was excellent and couldn't have done it without him. Wes Rogers, our riding president, and the rest of the campaign team. There's too many to mention. It's probably 30 of them, like I said. But also J.R. Rowley, who's in the hospital right now. He works on my social media, along with Chris Botterill and Kirsten Armletter. Of course, special thanks go to my mom and dad, who are always supportive and watching me probably right now as we speak. And to my beautiful wife, Carrie, my daughter, Allie, my youngest son, Adam, and my oldest son, Dustin, along with his wife, Julie, and my grandson of just over a year, Hudson, who live in Kelowna And I've only got to see Hudson maybe 3 times since he was born, and this COVID is really putting a cramp on the old grandpa handing out the goodies. But we'll double down on that as soon as this crisis is over. I really want to thank all the constituents and the 32,162 voters in the Kootenay East riding for putting their trust in me for a second term. Being elected a first term is a very special thing for me, but earning the trust to represent a second time is very humbling and something I'm honored by. So thank you to everybody in Kootenay East. And also congratulations to all the MLAs in the legislature right now for being elected. I know you're all proud of your accomplishments. So Mr. Speaker, turning to Bill 3, and I want to do a little bit of a history on this. The first thing I'd like to start off is the question, why are we as MLAs debating a bill in the 42nd Parliament, not the 41st, but the 42nd Parliament, 2 weeks before Christmas in the year 2020? And why have we had 2 throne speeches in the same year? Well, the reason for this is obviously for the historians to decide, but was it because our premier found government so unstable, so unworkable, and so uncertain that a snap election was the only recourse to get through this global pandemic? Or maybe it was because the popularity of our beloved premier was riding high due to the great work of our frontline workers and health professionals, as well as the sacrifices made by our small businesses, and especially our tourism sector, that those folks made during the first 3 phases of the pandemic. There was also the unprecedented collaboration by all 3 parties during the first 3 phases of the pandemic to flatten the curve. We did it. We all did it. We all did it together, Mr. Speaker. We even gave government the latitude to access $5 billion in economic relief back in March, I believe, March 23rd. No questions asked, carte blanche, an olive branch of trust to use immediately to provide support for those suffering. Some news publications wrote that this partnership was comparable to lions and hyenas, quote unquote, getting along. I would suggest the NDP were the hyenas as they scavenged the remains of what was once the historical, trusted, much valued confidence and supply agreement between the NDP and Greens, which I might add was promptly torn up by the NDP on September 21st, 2020. The new Green leader, the member from Cowichan Valley, we heard her earlier in the debate, just days before our premier called the election, told him that they had a solid agreement as originally promised until the agreed election in October of 2021. The people of BC were impressed, Honourable Speaker, by the 3 parties working together. I had constituents in my riding that I've never spoken to before who came up to me, their party stripes unknown, and I didn't really care. But they said they were super impressed by the way the 3 parties are working earnestly beside each other for what was best for British Columbians. And I took that actually, it was a pretty special thing for me. It was probably one of the best moments I've had in the last 3.5 years as an MLA. And I might add, Mr. Speaker, it takes a lot for opposition to side with government sometimes, but the BC Liberals did it, Mr. Speaker. We put partisanship aside only to be stabbed in the back later. But here we sit with a debate on a bill to get to the business that was so urgent that it needed an election during a time when British Columbians needed government most. A time when the second wave was hitting us hard, putting people in jeopardizing situations at polling stations. A time when parents, teachers, and students were confused and quite frankly scared on how going back for a new school year was going to work. A time when businesses and the tourism sector had not realized the revenues anticipated during the usual high summer season and now find themselves close to or filing for bankruptcy. A time, Mr. Speaker, when the people of BC really needed government the most. The urgency of an unnecessary snap election, Mr. Speaker, that brought us to this drastically reduced 2-week session that caused all this animosity for just one bill, for what I can see. This is what was so crucial instead of looking after the concerns of British Columbians when they needed government most. A bill that ironically delays the budget for 2 months. For what is normally the end of February is now the end of May. End of April. So simply put, Mr. Speaker, we delayed the work of this Parliament by 2 months in order to delay the budget by another 2 months. Talk about ragging the puck in order to kick the can down the road. These ridiculous delays are killing British Columbians figuratively and literally. This is 4 months of good work our government could have been doing to get to the critical business at hand of addressing the important work we all here in the legislature entrusted to do by the people who have elected us. So if you're a small business owner hoping for help, none is coming just yet. If you're a parent with special needs hoping for extra support, you're out of luck for the moment. And if you're a family struggling to have ends meet, nothing until May at the earliest. The Premier said his snap election wouldn't get in the way of pandemic relief, and that's proved to be completely untrue. He said, "We just need to get the election behind us and we can get moving." He was wrong. However, part of this bill suggests that help is on the way. It was a campaign promise done in the middle of the election to buy votes, plain and simple. $1,000 for everyone, he declared. "We will pop it into your account by direct deposit and have a great Christmas." Well, now we know it's changed to $500, Mr. Speaker, if you made less than $62,500 in 2019. 2019, what on earth does your income in 2019 have to do with what you have suffered in 2020 due to COVID? Can anyone from the government side answer this pretty basic and fundamental question? Apparently not, because not even one on the government side has debated this only bill from the government at a time when we need some clarity. Case in point, and here's a couple examples. Mary, who owns a nice little boutique down in downtown Fernie, 2nd Avenue, has a very decent business in the booming town of Fernie, who had a good, decent 2019 as her business continues to grow. All of a sudden gets smacked by COVID in 2020 and misses her summer season, which is normally her biggest revenue months, in order to keep the bills paid. She is a sole proprietor and her revenues are down by 70% in 2020, which is fairly typical in my area for a tourist town. Not only is she getting little to no business support, but she doesn't qualify for the vote, the NDP benefit. Here's another real story. Jesse owns a guide outfitting business, so always depends on business outside the province and country. Had a good growing business. 2019 was decent, although not as good since the government took away the grizzly bear management away from him. But in 2020, saw his revenues go down 100%, and he is not entitled to any support that the government is offering up. The third example on the other side of the coin is that of an unemployed person for the most part of 2019, or maybe a low-income earner, perhaps a student at a local college, did not make a lot of income in 2019. But in 2020, there's been some incredible work opportunities, either doing some renovation work or maybe even liquidating the furniture from Mary's boutique shop. He is making a ton of money, and now he is doubly blessed by the extra $1,000 the government sent him, or his family anyways. Nobody here in the House is debating the validity of providing resources and funding to those that are vulnerable, but this $2 billion political stunt to buy British Columbian votes is unacceptable because it falls flat on the Premier's promise to address the needs of British Columbians during this COVID crisis. You know, Mr. Speaker, there's an old proverb that says, give a man a fish and you feed him for the day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Although not entirely politically correct, it makes a point on the lack of an economic recovery plan by this government and how that plan would be more fruitful than what has already been prescribed with this bill as a one-time benefit. Mr. Speaker, government accessed $5 billion back on March 23rd, 2020, 10 months ago. The provincial economic recovery plan for most provinces in Canada was rolled out in June during the longest days of the year. We now sit just days from the shortest days of the year, and BC is in the dark, just like the winter solstice. The $1.5 billion economic recovery spending measures that respond to immediate needs could have helped a lot of businesses and the tourism industry across the province, many of which have closed their doors for good. In a press release on March 26, the Premier was quoted, "The COVID-19 pandemic challenges our health, our economy, and our way of life. People and businesses urgently need support. Our action plan gives immediate relief to people and business and plans for BC's economic recovery over the long term." However, we all know that's not what happened. The government held on to this money and only released it mere days before calling an election, further delaying any real rollout. This move has proved devastating to many BC businesses. Many have lost their businesses knowing that financial support was there, but they could never access it. So in the supplemental estimate in this bill, the government is looking for $2 billion, just like the way they went looking for the $5 billion back in March. The government fooled us once without any transparency, and now they're trying for the daily double. Mr. Speaker, the government themselves said that this election payout would cost between 1.4 and 1.7 billion. And that was at a time when we didn't understand how limited this rollout was going to be. Instead of 1,000 for everyone, it is now 500, and that is only for those that apply online December 18th. Gee, with an estimated 3.4 million applicants, I wonder how that's going to turn out. Do you think quite possibly the system may get jammed up or the government will not have enough resources in place? This government couldn't handle the online reservations for public camping for mere thousands of applicants. How will they handle 3.4 million looking for money to survive on and to get before Christmas? Only time will tell, Mr. Speaker, but I bet anyone a wet willy who thinks it'll go smoothly. But at any rate, here we are, sit with the government asking for $2 billion when perhaps only half of that is needed. But let's be fair, let's call it $1.5 billion. Mr. Speaker, when my daughter asked me for $50 for a $30 pair of jeans, I ask questions. The first is, why are you asking for 50 when you're only needing 30? And the second is, what are you planning on spending on the extra 20 on? Now, anyone who's a parent of a teenage daughter can immediately recognize how concerning this is. I love my daughter, Allie. She's smart, she's beautiful, but she likes to spend quite a lot like this government does. Like most teenagers, she does not care too much where the next dollar is coming from. So if I'm concerned of my 15-year-old daughter of overspending on God knows what, then I would certainly think the people of British Columbia would be exponentially concerned on what this government is up to. What is equally sinister, Mr. Speaker, is that in this bill, there is provisions to execute special warrants that will allow for no legislative approval necessary for funds to be spent without the scrutiny of the legislature. This is essentially a blank check for our government. I would not give one for my daughter or my son for that matter, and I certainly will not be supportive of a blank check to our government. I dare say the people of British Columbia would share my concerns as well. I looked up, just for some fun, I looked up and found statements showing special warrants signed by His Honor, the Lieutenant Governor, together with the expenditure incurred in March of 1880, 140 years ago. Mostly sundry items, such as assistance for the printing for sessional work. That was a cost of $45. One entry was for one constable and one jailer for 2 days, a cost of $8. $2 a day for a constable back then. Times have changed. One expenditure was freight on medicine to the Kootenays, cost of $10.49. It was good to see that the Kootenays were represented by Victoria and they were looked after by Victoria back then. I wish it was the case today. Well, I'm hopeful that the proposed amendment that extends the available special warrant spending authority will only allow access to spending for sundry type items, but I think we all know the spending is likely for more costly items with no transparency whatsoever and no accountability to the taxpayer. As the Finance Minister stated, the Financial Administration Act is proposed to be amended to complement the proposed amendments to the Budget Transparency and Accountability Act. Creating less transparent accountability in the Financial Administration Act with special warrants is quite ironic, considering the act it is aligning itself with is entitled the Budget Transparency and Accountability Act. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister also stated the special warrant spending authority would only apply after general elections where the budget and estimates for the new fiscal year are presented very close to or after the start of the new fiscal year and where a Supply Act has not been enacted for the new year before April 1st, or when there are unforeseen circumstances. This gives me a reasonable concern, and I would certainly like to know the definition of what unforeseen circumstances could include. The whole budget is made up of unforeseen circumstances. This is why we go through a process called estimates to the budget, because they are estimated expenditures to what may be unforeseen. If this is not good enough, then we go through supplementary estimates, which by the government's own website says supplementary estimates grant approval to one-time expenditures to cover additional spending on items that were unknown at budget time, or in other words, unforeseen. This process is what we've been doing for many years, especially since 2001. The election by the Premier's words were to get to the business at hand. The business of 2 months of the fall session would have addressed the real issues and not a money payoff to voters. But instead of 2 months of debate and hard work on those serious issues, we have 2 weeks debating a bill that allows government to delay any real plan for another 5 months. We should be working on many plans, Mr. Speaker. I've got a whole list of them here. I think we all know some of the problems we're going through the province with healthcare. We're talking about rapid testing for long-term care facilities. Maybe work on some of those promises like $10 daycare, 114,000 affordable homes, renters rebates. What about the forestry sector, Mr. Speaker? Longest forestry strike in BC history. Numerous mills are shutting down, people unemployed. Cost structure is one of the highest in North America. No economic recovery plan in sight. Maybe we should be working on things like that. Our opioid crisis is taking 3 to 4 people a day, and we should be working on those issues as well. So much to do, but we've been given 2 weeks for one bill. Personal health from COVID-19 is real and needs to be met head on. However, this government needs to juggle more than one ball at a time. Mental health, spiritual health, economic health, all are equally important, and this government can't seem to lift themselves to this challenge. What really grinds my gears is this bill represents what was so important for this government to address before this legislature breaks on Thursday until what could be until May. Just one bill that no one on the government side wants to even talk about. What are the MLAs from the government side afraid of? Have they all been whipped not to speak about what their election was based on? You know, Mr. Speaker, I see a lot of giggly members on the other side that pulled a fast one on the Green Party with new government positions, new ministries, bigger government, with obviously more pay. There will be plenty of eggnog and chestnuts for this Christmas for these members, and yet many of the people of BC sit at home throwing the last log on the fire. Well done. This budget needs to be as scheduled. If anything, you would think a government that meant business would bring forward a budget ahead of time. Wouldn't that be something? Talk about putting your money where your mouth is, but instead we see it kicked down the road. Many groups, including health authorities, regional districts, municipalities, not-for-profit organizations, school districts, they depend on the budget coming in on time so they can in turn plan their budgets. What is going to happen to those folks? Maybe I'm wrong on all this stuff, Mr. Speaker, but because there is no one from the opposition to correct me, I have to think that all 28 of my colleagues are bang on the mark, and that this is a major concern for all British Columbians. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to belabor this anymore, as a lot of my colleagues have done a lot better job than me to explain the concerns, the mistrust, the shock, and the audacity that this government has displayed with this bill as being the only thing of concern we all are facing going through this pandemic. If this is the Premier's answer to getting down to business for the folks of BC, then we are all in a lot of trouble. British Columbians deserve better, and a government that rolls up their sleeves and works hard. Mr. Speaker, I reluctantly admit that I was a 70s child, but I'm not reluctant to say that the rock band Styx was one of my favorites. They had an album and a song called The Grand Illusion, and that is what this bill represents, Mr. Speaker, the grand illusion. It appears to be helpful, but falls flat on the benefit to some of those who truly need it. The bill asks for supplemental spending of $2 billion, and yet no one knows exactly where it's all going. The government talks about transparency and accountability, and yet this bill opens the door for the opposite and the privilege of special warrants. So now, Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of the Christmas season, I would like to perform my rendition of the old Christmas classic, "'Twas the Night Before Christmas." Now, depending on which author you believe wrote it, I will give credit to both Clement Clark Moore and Henry Livingston Jr. The poem was written on December 23rd, 1823, almost 200 years ago. And I hope to do it proud. 'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the ledge, not a creature was stirring, not even Jeff Meggs. The Premier himself, all tucked in his bed, was pleasantly dreaming of the years lay ahead. 'Twas 3 months prior an election was called. It was quite unnecessary, the critics all bawled. But the Premier, so smug, thought of something obscene. He'd win a snap vote based on COVID-19. He stated the province could not continue this way. It's very unstable, so the Greens he betrayed. JH also stated, we must get on with this mission to save our dear province from major recession. Our tourism sector and small businesses too are needing a plan so we all can renew. This election will not impede my bold action. We will get straight to work. There will be no protraction. But the Liberals were tough with Wilkinson's flash. I must win the vote. I'll promise folks cash. $1,000, he said, if you vote for my party, as he snickered and grinned, sipping his rum and Bacardi. So here we are now. The Premier got his way. A majority government lives in Greens blown away. But at least we can all get on with the plan to recover the province in this short 2-week span. So now we look forward to the Premier's bold action. We heard of him brag, guaranteed satisfaction. Instead, we get no budget till May, no biz plan in sight, a further 5-month delay. The people of the province all prayed to the moon in hopes that a check from the Premier came soon. From 1,000 to 500 is now what he quoted. And you will only get paid if you suffered pre-COVID. Yes, 'twas the night before Christmas, the Premier nestled in bed, and there are many things he thinks inside that large head. With majority government, the Premier thinks with elation, time to put up my feet and plan a vacation. And to state for the record that with only Bill 3, no members from government did debate to agree. So to conclude, Mr. Speaker, no matter what your political stripe, Merry Christmas to all, and may your dreams be center right. I want to thank all frontline workers and those businesses and workers who have suffered greatly. My sincerest condolences to those families and friends who lost loved ones to the pandemic and to any other tragedy for that matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We're going to try again with the member for Surrey White Rock, if he has got connectivity again. I'm not sure. He does.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do apologize for that. I'm sitting in my Victoria office, so I'm not sure what happened, but here I am again, and unfortunately I do not have any rhymes or songs, so I apologize for that ahead of time, but I will try and pick up where I left off, and that was around my concerns over using 2019 income in order to determine who is going to get the recovery benefits. I stated before I've got a lot of concerns, as do all of my colleagues, on using this because 2019 was materially different than what we're seeing in 2020. We have never seen anything like what we've experienced in 2020. Our small business sector, our restaurants, our people that, are people that serve in the hospitality industry have experienced nothing like they're experiencing in 2020. Our healthcare workers, our teachers, our students have experienced nothing like they've experienced in 2020. Yet this finance minister, this premier, this cabinet, this government are going to use 2019 income to determine whether or not British Columbians will receive the $1,000 or $500. And I find that completely unfair. Given the fact that the Premier was elected on a campaign promise that British Columbians were going to be receiving this benefit, and to now put such an important asterisk on that it will be based on your 2019 income, That's, to me, that is a very, very big hit to our credibility. And I'll tell you a story why. A local business, I won't identify them, but they are in the South Surrey White Rock area. They've been in business for 25 years. They employ say about 90% students. And they focus, they have to have people in their facility in order to make a profit. And the provincial health orders have pretty much made that impossible. Not entirely impossible, but it's made it very tough. So what has this family done? They have gone through their savings, their life savings, to try and keep their business going, because they do see light at the end of the tunnel. They do see a day when people will be coming in to their business, coming in with their families and friends. They see a day when people will be enjoying their nights out. They will not qualify for this benefit because this government is going to use 2019 income. So we are telling a husband and wife who have built their entire livelihood on a business that, hey, 2020 was a bad year. You know, we know what you were looking at this, you know, in terms of receiving a benefit. We're not going to do that because you didn't meet the threshold based on your 2019 income. But thank you for blowing through your life savings to keep, you know, the students employed, but it doesn't matter. We're going to look at your 2019 income. I don't know, even as an opposition MLA who strongly disagrees with that logic, I have a tough time looking them in the eye and giving them that information. Because for a lot of people, when they go to apply for this in a few days, I think it's going to be a surprise. I think they're going to say, I gave John Horgan in this government, I gave the Premier in this government the opportunity to set a new track and do politics different in British Columbia. And on one of the most significant campaign promises, they put forward legislation that pretty much says if you had a decent 2019, well, we're not going to help you out in 2020. And I don't think that's right. This past summer, the NDP also introduced legislation designed to give the finance minister more time to pass a budget in case we had a fall election. And we all know how that turned out. Now, the coincidence of such legislation being passed only a few months before the NDP called a snap election, which they say we only decide in September, would be enough to discuss in a speech of its own. But for our purposes today, it clearly shows that this government can't plan. So instead of pushing the budget off a month, we're now asking British Columbians to bear with us while this government gets its act together to push it off another couple months. I don't agree with that. When you have ministries such as the Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions that has a budget smaller than the Premier's office, I think we need to look at ways to increase those resources. We've got two pandemics going on right now. We have two crises going on in British Columbia right now. One is COVID-19, and we see that every night dominating the newscasts. The other one is one that we've known for quite a while, and that's the opioid crisis. And we need to look at serious ways on how we are going to tackle these issues, how we are going to tackle mental health. And yet this government is putting forward legislation that will deny British Columbians a budget in February. I don't agree with that. This is the NDP's first piece of legislation in this new session. And to me, it hits hard at credibility. They campaigned on transparency. They campaigned on giving British Columbians support. We don't see it. The support that the Premier promised is not coming to all British Columbians. It's coming to some British Columbians based on your 2019 income. But as I stated before in a previous speech, to the newly single mother who is trying to find every way to give their family a decent Christmas, she's not going to qualify for this recovery benefit. We are here in Victoria to deal with one piece of legislation. I think we can do better. I put forward a bill last week that will cap third-party deliveries for the restaurant sector. It is something that we agreed on during the campaign. Both parties, the NDP and the BC Liberals, agreed on it. We put forward this bill last week. The restaurant sector is crying for help. People are losing their jobs daily. Restaurants are shutting down daily. This is usually their best time of year. Christmas parties, holiday parties, New Year's parties. And they're asking for a lifeline. And we as an opposition followed our commitment. We tabled that lifeline, and one that we know this Premier and this government agree on. And yet they refuse to support it. I don't understand why. I do not understand that logic. How you can go into these businesses where they do not know if they're going to have money in their accounts to pay their employees. And we say, we're going to put politics aside, but we're not going to support this private member's bill. I don't get it. And I don't want to get it, because I think people understand and people look to us to come to Victoria and do something different. And as the Premier said, we are going to do politics differently. Okay, well then let's prove it. Support the bill. We can do more. We're all here. Let's do government a different way. Let's lead. But he refuses to do that. This cabinet refuses to do that. This finance minister refuses to do that. Instead, we are in Victoria to see a budget get delayed again. After this week, I don't know when I'm going to be back in Victoria to sit in this House, whether it's in the House or on Zoom, to represent my constituents and put forward ideas that will better the lives of British Columbians. I don't have an answer on when we'll be back. Now, the Premier may know, and I suspect that he does, but I fundamentally struggle and disagree with that logic. This government needs to do better. This is not a new government. It's not. But the lack of transparency, the lack of accountability, the lack of planning is staggering. Did they not think about the single mom who would not qualify for this recovery benefit? Did they not think about the senior who would not qualify for this benefit? And did they not think that if we're going to put forward this legislation, maybe there's some other things that we can do? How do we make life better for British Columbians? How do we maximize the time of this session? It's only been opposition MLAs that have spoken to this bill. Now, what does that say? Are government MLAs, are they not supportive of the bill? Do they have questions about the bill? I would. I have. I put them forward today. There's been a saying, and I agree with it, is that we are all in this together. And I believe that to be true. I think there's another saying with this government is that never let a crisis go by without taking advantage of it. And unfortunately, we've seen that during the snap election. I find that very unfortunate. But there's opportunities in front of us. I know my colleague from Surrey South put forward a private member's bill today. Let's support that. That's something we can all agree on. We have to agree on those things. They're important. They're important to my daughter. They're important to every British Columbian. Why not do it now? Why wait? Why not show British Columbians that we can work together? This is our opportunity. And I think we have to take advantage of it. I know we're here ready to put in the work. We're doing the work. And I don't care how it gets done. I don't care who takes credit for it, but let's do it. I think at the end of the day, British Columbians, and I know this to be true in my riding, just want to see stuff get done. That's all. They just want to see a government that functions and is transparent. And I think this government's got off to a very rocky start over the last month. And as our job as opposition is to hold them to account. But I'll tell you, when we're talking about legislation that delays a budget until May, there's some transparency issues there. There's some accountability issues there. When we're talking about an economic recovery package that is going out to British Columbians, and we say, well, only some British Columbians, and here's how we're going to define it. That's either a lack of transparency or a lack of planning, or maybe it's a bit of both, but they're equally concerning. Because I would ask the finance minister, did you think about that single mom? Did you think about the families that are going through separation right now in 2020 and whether or not they would qualify? Did you think about the senior who's watched their entire investment portfolio go down in 2020? Did you think if they would qualify? I don't know the answer to that, but they do. And I think they have to give us those answers. Because I know I am being asked in my riding what those answers are. Mr. Speaker, as I wrap up here, I do want to say having the ability to be in Victoria to talk about legislation, albeit one piece of legislation, is incredibly important and incredibly special. But I do want to stress something that I've continuously repeated and will say again. We can do more, and we've offered to do more. But this government has to be willing to also put in the work. Now, the Premier has stated numerous times, and I've echoed it, is he wants to do politics different. Then let's prove it. Let's do it different. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. We now go to the member for Surrey South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to quote the Finance Minister on the introduction of this legislation. We recognize the importance of timely fiscal updates and reporting. With these amendments, we're introducing a new rule that requires post-election government to make a public report that provides a fiscal update within 90 days after the final cabinet is sworn in following the general election, unquote. Translation for the general public: we know transparency is important, so we're amending legislation to prevent that from happening. When the NDP won the election, it was clear that we'd be returning to provide government the ability to make good on their cash in hand promise to voters. When we were presented with the bill last Tuesday, I can honestly say I have never been more disappointed by this government. And that's saying something. This is an absolutely brazen, underhanded sleight of hand that they're attempting to pull on BC residents. They aren't here to help people. They're here to help themselves. In the summer, we debated a bill that gave government extra time to prepare a budget in a year when an election is held in October. Little did we know, only a few months later, that would happen. We were assured by the finance minister of the time that it was not a self-serving move, call me cynical for not believing that is totally truthful, but instead a reasonable change in case of a new government to allow for enough time for preparations. The finance minister of the day was much lauded. She's still an advisor, I understand, and yet just months later, the new finance minister is so unprepared for this role that she needs to give herself an extra month or so to prepare a plan, an extra month or so to even prepare a current state of affairs fiscal update. Let's put that in context. This isn't a new government. It's the same government that hasn't yet, 10 months into a pandemic, been able to articulate a semblance of a coherent economic plan for the province or roll out the door any significant supports for struggling businesses. This is a government who thought instead they would call an unnecessary election and leave government rudderless for 2 months, only to come back to the House under the guise of needing to provide urgent support to people, to instead present this legislation and further obfuscate and delay, propped up by a litany of excuses that these are unforeseen circumstances. A government that promised everyone $1,000 in your bank account by Christmas, only to learn now that they've screwed this up too. And we haven't even debated it yet, and I'll get to that later. But for now, I'd like to explain some of the hypocrisy that this bill is. For my first 8 years in office, I sat on the other side of this House and was treated daily to the self-righteous condemnation delivered by the members of the opposition at the time about transparency, the lack of transparency, the affront to democracy that was occurring because the House wasn't going to sit, the recitation of the number of days it had been since the opposition had been able to ask questions. Oh, how times have changed. The now Premier was probably the most vocal on these issues, but he seems to have, like so many others in his flock, now be of the mind, do as I say, not as I do. Because since February of this year, we will have sat for less days, an abbreviated fall session that this is, into December, and his government is looking to give themselves another nearly 5 months without the scrutiny of this place. And that has got to be a record. Really, it's a farce. As our capable finance critic noted, and I'll note he's been on the job fewer days than the finance minister, I'll quote, people need help, people need answers, people need a plan. The bill before us today, though, is not offering anything but delay, a delay in what the people are asking for from government, which is help. This could actually end up being the longest period we've gone without a fiscal update or a plan from government since, well, I'll let you guess, Honourable Speaker, since the last time the NDP were in government in the 1990s. It's unacceptable, end quote. Well said. Platitudes and cliches is all people have seen from this government in 3 years, so why should we expect anything different now? Government is asking for more time to get their act together. Well, maybe they should have stayed working instead of calling an election. Maybe then they would have figured out what a disaster they had created in determining who would get pandemic pay and who wouldn't. Why people are still waiting for the money promised in May, in December, is frankly criminal. But in typical NDP style, the excuse, it's not our fault, blame it on employers with multiple funders, blame it on a government that hasn't been at the wheel for more than 3 years, blame and deflect while patting themselves on the back for doing, well, essentially nothing. And we listen to the government members respond to the throne speech. One would definitely be led to believe the reason we're here is to help people, to enable government to help people through this most difficult time. Yet this legislation should be helping people, but the only people it's helping is the NDP. It's delaying the chance for them to actually respond to the people of British Columbia, to what the fiscal state is here in the province. This is their first piece of legislation, the only piece this session, and this is what they came up with. Let me make it very clear. I believe there are many people who need financial help right now. I know there are countless businesses that need financial support right now. And while I may take issue with or question the approaches to this by government, I appreciate that there's more than one way to look at this, and they are the elected government. Frankly, though, and I felt the same way through the whole of this year as finance critic earlier, I advocated for government to do more, to do it faster. I think we were making some headway before the election. In fact, all three parties stood in this House when government came forward and said that they needed $5 billion to help the people of British Columbia. We supported the effort. Then through the summer, when the money didn't flow, we pressed for urgency. We pressed for the transparency. Government delayed again, and then called an election. Now they want to do the same thing again. Well, fool me once, Mr. Speaker. We still don't have an accounting of where the last $5 billion went. And the additional $2 billion in July, we're still waiting to see how that's working. We're here. Bring forward the reports. Outline the parameters for the new spending you want approved. But they won't. The finance minister is focused on politics and not on people. The politics here in this bill are self-serving. Why else would not one member of government beyond the finance minister be willing to speak to this bill? Not one member believes this is so urgent and so important that they should tell their constituents about it. They've been whipped to stay silent. Wouldn't want one of them to actually accidentally admit the flaws, especially when some of their candidates are expressing disappointment in government's actions. Now, the Green Party leader said this, and I quote, "In a moment of crisis and when we're in an emergency, absolutely citizens tend to look to their governments and say, we want you to act. We want you to act with speed and haste. We want you to address this emergency because we're all in crisis." That's absolutely what we should expect of governments in moments of crisis and emergency. What we should not accept is governments using those moments of crisis and emergency to extend the capacity for decision-making that is less transparent and less accountable beyond a moment of crisis or emergency, end quote. Well, amen. At least some members of this House understand their obligations to the people. I am so angry and so unfortunately not surprised by government's need to hide from scrutiny. So let's move on a little to the evolving promise. The reason we were supposed to be here. In the middle of a campaign, a snap election that the NDP called, the Premier stood up and announced that everybody was going to get $1,000. At the time, he said everybody was going to get $1,000, direct deposit. Don't worry, it'll be in your bank account by Christmas. My, how a couple of months changed things. It's no longer $1,000 direct deposit to your bank account. It's now, if you apply, you might be eligible, but how much you get is based on how much you earned last year when things were good. Explain this to me. The higher your income, the more we'll give you. Well, that's ridiculous. And basing it on last year? Colossally stupid. We know the higher your income, the less likely you are to have been adversely financially affected by the pandemic. Wouldn't we want to see the essential support that government is professing this to be, to go to those who need it most? I sure would, but not this group. Nope. They've decided the most vulnerable among us are doing fine now. So they're going to cut the COVID supplement that they were receiving by 50%, a supplement they did not need to apply for, and I'll get back to that. And these are the lowest of income earners, but they don't get the $1,000. No, they might get $500 if they apply. And let's just remember that the whole reason the COVID supplement wasn't application dependent in the spring, but automatically added to the checks was because this group of people is vulnerable, Mr. Speaker. And many wouldn't be able to apply or frankly know that they needed to. But now government is cutting the supplement and hoping that the same people they know will have challenges applying won't apply for the new gift that they're congratulating themselves for. It's beyond cynical. It's disgusting. Are the silos of government actually speaking to one another? Because it doesn't look like it. Unless, of course, we're back to the same NDP that cut income assistance rates in the 1990s. And it sure looks like we are. Now, I could go on for a week about all the ways this whole program, as outlined in a press release, is ridiculous. But let's discuss the fiscal impact. The supplemental estimates that accompany this bill will give the ability for government to dole out this benefit, and it asks for $2 billion. The projected cost of this benefit, however, is between $1.4 and $1.7 billion. That leaves between $300 and $600 million in unaccounted for spending. So why? Why, after the experience of the spring and summer, would we entertain providing this government with another slush fund? It's not the money. You know, there's arguments to be made, arguments and arguments and arguments to be made that we need to spend money, that governments need to spend money during this time. So I'm not against spending money to help people who need help, to help stimulate our economy. It's not about the money. If there is a good and defendable reason to send the money, if the government can illustrate how this money will stimulate the economy, if they can show us how it will cost $2 billion, then we may be okay. But we're not getting that. We're getting the opposite. We're getting a benefit that potentially won't benefit the people who lost their income and are struggling this year. It's a benefit that provides no guarantee of effect. There are reports that the federal government replaced more than triple the actual lost wages in Canada, and that Canadians' savings increased this year. So why isn't this benefit being targeted to people who haven't been able to access other support programs or whose expenses have been disproportionately affected by the pandemic, like those people on small pensions or on persons with disabilities benefits? Or a benefit that would help small business owners that are on the brink of losing everything. That I could get behind. But no. Instead, we get a vague and evolving promise with no details that is likely to be fraught with problems and hidden in a bill that essentially shows where government's true priorities are. The people of British Columbia were promised accessibility legislation for this fall. But nope, that's no longer a priority for this government. We were promised support for the restaurant industry, a simple measure like capping delivery charges on restaurants. But government promised it. It's not in front of us in the legislature, though. No, not a priority. Miraculously, in the election, the Premier had an epiphany and realized that pay transparency legislation isn't a stunt, but in fact, we need it. He promised it. But is it in front of us this session? No. And it's not complicated legislation, because I wrote some. But no, it's not a priority. Instead, the NDP have prioritized themselves. It prioritized hiding the fiscal realities of the province and dismantling the structures and discipline around budgeting that were introduced to this place 19 years ago and that have served our province well. This I can't support, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for my time today.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Kamloops North Thompson, Government Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would take the first option if he would permit me, but I don't think that's 4 years in the making, hopefully. So it gives me pleasure to rise to speak to Bill 3, Mr. Speaker. And it's a bill that is problematic in many ways. And we've certainly heard at length from members on our side of the House over the last several days about a lot of the issues and concerns that we have. And it's probably the most troubling piece of this is the fact that the government side of the legislature has chosen to not speak to this bill. And after making sure that a legislature is recalled in the middle of a pandemic, when there is heightened travel restrictions, when we're telling people to not go visit family and friends and loved ones over a holiday season, the government saw fit to recall the legislature to bring us back under the guise of us debating, as one minister said today in question period, debating about providing relief checks to people around Christmas time. But as people at home have probably realized, there's been no debate about providing relief checks at this point for people in British Columbia, because Bill 3 has nothing to do with providing relief checks for residents of British Columbia. Bill 3 is simply a bill designed to give the government an extra 2 months before they have to table a budget so that people know the fiscal situation of British Columbia moving forward, to know what the spending priorities are for the government for the coming year, to know what type of deficit we could expect, to know what type of economic forecasts by the professional public service are being projected for British Columbia. That is what we are here right now debating, is giving the ability to the government to delay any type of public accountability. Why that is problematic is that at the same time we have a small business grant program that we unanimously voted on March 23rd. 1.5 billion of the $5 billion that we voted on March 23rd was supposed to be for small businesses and economic support to make sure companies stayed solvent, could keep their doors open, could still operate through this pandemic. 1 week before the election, there's finally an announcement about that 1.5 billion. Doesn't quite add up to 1.5 billion actually for businesses, but that's for another discussion. Then we have an election. Everything goes on hold for another 2 months. Then we hear in this House from the minister responsible for the programs that only 1,400 businesses have even bothered to apply for a cumbersome red tape nightmare that they have to jump through so many hoops in the middle of a pandemic when they're doing all they can do, probably likely working 18-hour days themselves, just to keep the doors barely open. 1,400 applications, 0 approved. We are now 10 months into this pandemic. 0 approved. So do we have any legislation in front of us to debate, to discuss, that would provide relief to those businesses? No. We have a bill that says the government can take 2 extra months to provide any sort of transparency to their financial dealings to the public. Yet at the same time, we have a business program that only 1,400 people have applied for because we want to put a mom and pop pizzeria or sandwich shop through the ringer. And as the minister said, to make sure that they have accountability and transparency where that grant goes. This government has so little trust in the private sector that is trying to survive that they would rather put a small mom and pop business through the ringer on a $10,000 grant at the same week that they're trying to get an extra 2 months' time before they have to talk about $70 billion worth of taxation and spending that they intend, could be even higher than that, for the coming year. No worry about transparency and accountability for the government on what they're doing with those tax dollars whatsoever. But how dare you, if you're a small business owner, dare to apply for a grant because you must be trying to rip off the government. So we're going to put you through the ringer at your most stressful time, many of which are about to lose homes as well as their business, and have to tell employees that they consider family, that they don't have a job for them anymore, which will have a horrible ripple effect for those households. But we got to make sure that they have accountability, that they have transparency, but not for the government. And that's indicative of a lot of things that this government does, Mr. Speaker. It's do as I say, not as I do. Lots of promises, lots of words, no deliverables. So Bill 3 is strictly designed around buying that time. Later this week, we will talk about the potential $2 billion that would be needed to make sure that people could access $500 and $1,000. The interesting thing is we've had a lot of discussion, Mr. Speaker, about the cuts to persons with disabilities from $300 to $150. And the government says, well, it's not really a cut, Mr. Speaker, because they can apply for the $500 like everyone else. So that $450 that's being taken away over 3 months will be made up by the $500. Why that's interesting is because with the $2 billion, when we first heard about the program, the government said it would be about $1.4 billion. They now say they need more money. They need more money because they've included persons with disabilities and expanded the criteria of who could apply for the $500. But if they've reduced the funding for people with disabilities, why do they need an increase in funding in a totally different pot of money? Now, if we had any accountability and transparency from this government, we'd be able to take a look at the books and find out what the spending in the various programs has been from the $5 billion that we approved unanimously in this House back in March. But this government is so arrogant, Mr. Speaker, they refused to even provide a second quarter fiscal update that was due going on almost 3 weeks ago now. Every other province has been able to do that. Even the federal government finally got around to providing a fiscal update, but not this government. Not this government whose premier said an election in September would not harm any operations of government and not impede things going on in a pandemic. Then we jump to the end of October after the election's over. And miraculously, not only do they need 2 months now to bring forward a budget, but they can't see fit to bring forward a fiscal update. They can't bring forward an update so that we know what the books of the province look like, so that we know what the funding for persons with disabilities looks like, at the same time as they're cutting that program and demanding more money for a different program and calling the two the same. It's reprehensible, Mr. Speaker. It's not right, and it deserves answers. We know the Premier is not going to stand up in this chamber and provide any answers to the public. That seems to be beneath the Premier. It seems to be beneath him to provide full accountability and transparency to the citizens of British Columbia, how their over $70 billion worth of taxation and borrowing is being spent. And instead of giving a straightforward answer, it's spin, spin, spin. Oh, look what you guys did 6 years ago. Look what you guys did 9 years ago. That doesn't help someone today. That doesn't help someone tomorrow. The person whose payment just got cut from $300 to $150 is living in real time. The Premier seems to want to live in the past, and he certainly doesn't want to be held accountable. We see how angry he gets when he dares be challenged to provide an actual forthright answer to not just this chamber, but to every resident of British Columbia on legitimate, credible questions being put forward, not just by the members on this side, but on behalf of everybody in British Columbia. So when we get told we're being called back in the middle of a pandemic to work, and we recognize that MLAs have been designated essential service, so the travel is technically in keeping with what Dr. Bonnie Henry has put forward for travel restrictions. When we fire this building back up, when we bring in the hundreds of staff required to get this legislature working, so that we can all be walking around here 6 feet apart and only have 24 of 87 in this chamber at any given time. We assume we're being called back to deal with meaningful legislation, legislation that will actually impact people's daily lives for the good. Instead, we get a piece of legislation that does nothing but cover the backside for the government to make sure that they don't have to provide accountability for 2 months longer than normal in a budget cycle. 2 months longer. School districts won't know with certainty what's going on when they're trying to get their fiscal plan in order, because the government's not even going to bring a budget forward until the school district is 1 month already into their new fiscal year. Health authorities, one would think health authorities are a little bit critical when you're dealing with a pandemic. They're not going to know for certain what their funding looks like moving forward. So they will wait at least a month into their new fiscal year to find out even what that is. And the list goes on and on and on. What type of provincial police resources are we going to have? We don't know, because there won't be a budget for the first month of the new fiscal year. Is there going to be an increase to policing of provincial members? Is there going to be a decrease? How does that correlate to things like money laundering, to things like drug trafficking, to the public disorder we're seeing around homeless encampments, to the rural areas that rely on provincial police resources because they don't have municipal police resources? We won't know. We won't know what universities have for funding. How are they supposed to set tuition rates, Mr. Speaker, when they don't know? And why? It's because a finance minister can't be bothered to do their job in a timely fashion and get a budget in front of this House by the middle of February. Now, last July, when this House was called back for supposed urgent business, pre-election business, was pretty convenient. Even though the Premier says it was only the Saturday before the election call that he decided to call an election, pretty convenient that in July they amended the legislation, very similar to this, to give themselves, after an election year, an extra month to bring forward a provincial budget. That was just in July. Now, we're standing in this House, a few months later, and a month delay in a budget isn't good enough. I never thought I'd utter these words, Mr. Speaker, but boy, I wish we had the old finance minister back. At least she said she could do the job in 30 days extra, not 60 days. It is unbelievable to me that the spin we hear from the government side of this House during debate, during question period, talking about this bill as if the relief funds needed for people is contingent on this bill passing. I want to be very clear to the public. This bill has absolutely nothing to do with whether you get your $500 or $1,000 in your bank account. And yet it's the only bill we've had to discuss for 2 weeks now. Restaurant industry has wanted relief from exorbitant delivery charges from third-party delivery apps. We don't see that legislation anywhere. Well, actually, Mr. Speaker, we do see that legislation because this side of the House brought it forward. The member from Surrey White Rock brought it forward last week. We could have been debating that today. We could have finished debate on that today. We could have gone to committee stage on that tomorrow. We could have finished it all off, and it could be law when the Lieutenant Governor comes here on Thursday to give royal assent. But instead, the only thing the Lieutenant Governor is being called to this House to give royal assent to is a bill that enables the government to not do their job for an extra 2 months in the middle of a pandemic. So when the Premier stands up today, Mr. Speaker, and says, well, we're looking at disability rates and, you know, we'll be adjusting them, what we're going to do with that, make things a little more permanent in the budget. Well, that's wonderful, Mr. Speaker. That's normally mid-February. This bill, that's May, April 30th, when it first starts to get discussed, which means we're discussing it into May. That is beyond the pale, Mr. Speaker. That is punitive to the most vulnerable in our society simply because we have a finance minister that refuses to do her job. Plain and simple. The bureaucracy of government was supposedly still working away during the election. All the advisors are still in place. All the expertise, all of the modeling around economic growth, all of the potential revenue streams, all of that is still in place. So I don't know if it's that the finance minister needs an extra 2 months to be able to process the information. I don't know if it's that the finance minister feels that the minister's job is 9 to 5, weekends off. Certainly the former finance minister didn't work that way. This one needs 2 extra months. 2 extra months out of a 12-month fiscal period to tell us what the plan is moving forward. And I know the Agriculture Minister, Mr. Speaker, is not pleased to hear that, but the funny thing is any programs, any food security programs that require funding, I have news for the Agriculture Minister, Mr. Speaker, those have been delayed 2 months with this bill too. So at a time when farmers markets and buy local are really ramping up, we won't know if the buy local programs are fully funded or not. Because the finance minister couldn't do her job on time. Because the premier didn't demand that the finance minister do their job on time. Instead, the premier allowed this bill to come forward. This bill that's going to delay things by 2 months. You know what the premier should have done, Mr. Speaker? The premier should have said, I don't care about the legislation we passed in July that gave an extra month to bring forward a budget. We're in the middle of a pandemic. People need to know what the financial way forward is. We're delivering a budget on time, regardless of what the legislation says about us being allowed legally, technically, to delay things. But that's not what the premier did. He abdicated any type of leadership on this. And you know what? The simple answer for the premier back to the finance minister, if the finance minister had said, well, Mr. Premier, that's impossible. There's no way I can get that done. Then you go and find yourself a new finance minister. That's what you do. You don't enable allowing legislation to come forward that delays everything by 2 months in this province in the middle of a pandemic while you're cutting payments to persons with disabilities, while you're cutting payments to families with special needs children, while you're cutting payments and funding to distance learning. The list goes on and on and on. And none of these programs will know if they have funding or not. None of the social agencies moving forward will know what funding they have in place. We already have a delay in getting cold weather shelters opened up in this province. There's a 380 bed deficiency in Vancouver alone of cold weather shelters because this government chose to call an unnecessary election and delay everything. Those agencies are going to be 2 months behind next year, knowing if they have funding for cold weather shelters. That's not acceptable. That means it's 2 years in a row. We'll be through the better parts of winter before there's even proper sheltering for people in extreme cold conditions, not just in Vancouver, but as we heard in Williams Lake, in Kelowna, all over this province. A complete lack of caring, not just for the people in this province, but a complete lack of caring about trying to actually get your job done and delivered on time. In the real world, if you worked outside of this chamber and said you were going to bring forward something that you need an extra 2 months to work on, and it's time sensitive to the whole organization knowing what funding they will have or not, the answer would be from the CEO, that's not good enough. Or the board would go find a new CEO as well. But instead, we get nothing but arrogance from the premier and his ministers, shrugging and thinking a 2-month delay for a budget is no big deal. It's a very big deal. Arts groups that are hanging on by a thread aren't going to know what their funding is. The list goes on and on and on. Anyone and everyone that does anything with government for any type of funding at all will have uncertainty for an extra 2 months, longer than they normally do, will already be well into their fiscal year, in the middle of a pandemic. Now, I would say that's not good enough. I would say we should have had proper legislation that it will be meaningful, will actually help people on the floor in this chamber to debate over the last 2 weeks. We don't even know if we're coming back in February to debate any legislation. This House might not actually sit again to discuss anything until April 30th, according to this legislation. April 30th, in the middle of a pandemic, when by law they were supposed to be presenting a budget in mid-February. It is ridiculous in the extreme. And then to hear the government try to tie this bill to people at home receiving $500 or $1,000 is just flat out incorrect. The public have a right to know what's going on with their finances, Mr. Speaker, and welcome to the chair. I think this is my first time addressing this chamber with you in the chairs. Welcome and congratulations. The public have a right to know. The public have a right to know what's going on right now on the second quarter results. But we won't see that until this House rises, because the finance minister doesn't want to be held to account for what's going on. The irony is she wasn't even finance minister then, so you'd think she'd want to throw her predecessor under the bus, provide a little cover for herself. But oh wait, the premier was still the premier then, so he might actually have to be responsible for something. He might actually have to take responsibility for something. He might actually have to acknowledge that they don't have a clue what's going on with the finances in British Columbia, and they're making everything up on the fly. But that would require the Premier to actually show a little respect for this House, show a little respect for the residents of British Columbia, and actually answer questions in a direct way. Actually take responsibility for the decisions he made last week. The cut to persons with disability didn't happen months ago. It wasn't talked about years ago. It came out of the blue last week, while they tried to hide it, talking about the $500 and the $1,000. That's not accountable. That's not transparent. If it's such a great thing for persons with disabilities, what this government's done, why hide it as part of that? Why not make it a grand announcement? They sure know how to make a photo op when they want to. Why not make that a big photo op with the Premier standing next to a check that has a big X through the 300 with 150 written underneath it? Great visual for the Premier. He could do it, I don't know, with the backdrop of a closed mill or a closed store behind him because of their inaction on the grant process. They could just really make a good news story out of this, about how they've totally walked away from helping small businesses. But he won't do that. No, he will wait for some photo op, some kitschy thing about Santa or something like that coming up, and try to pretend everything's fine. Try to pretend that we're just making all this stuff up. Try to pretend that all of the emails and letters we're getting in our constituency office don't really matter. And there was no way that this government is not getting those same emails and then some. They're just turning their back on all of it. It took them an extra year and a half to bring forward a so-called poverty reduction plan that wasn't even funded when it finally came forward, so that took an extra year. We heard today a transportation minister talking about some big budget item for the Massey replacement when none exists in any budget anywhere. Maybe they have a document they don't want to share with the public. How dare the people want to have any transparency? And now we're debating a bill that will give them even less need to be transparent for an extra 2 months. When we came back in the summer, Mr. Speaker, to find out what was happening with the $5 billion in March that we unanimously granted this government, it was like pulling teeth in estimates. Minister after minister after minister trying to find out what happened to that money. They felt it was like an inconvenience to them to have to actually answer a legitimate fiscal question about $5 billion, sorry, $3.5 billion, because they had tucked away $1.5 billion to try to use for a pre-election goodie bag whose money still isn't rolling out. The interesting thing is, by the time it rolls out, the businesses that need it the most will probably be already closed. And then the government can turn around and somehow say that it wasn't their fault. They tried giving the person their money. Yeah, if you've been open for 3 years, if you saw this drop in sales, if. No help for anyone that's a new business in the first 2-3 years of their existence. The hardest time for a business to try to survive, I might add. No help for them in this so-called recovery plan. So while businesses have to go through hoops, while businesses have to provide umpteen pages of documents and paperwork and spend hundreds of dollars with their bookkeepers and accountants trying to fill out government forms for transparency and accountability, which I'm all for, this government tells us we should go ahead and vote for a bill that gives them 2 months more to provide any such thing back the other way. That everything just gets to go through, no problem. Well, it is a problem. It's not too late. We will be wrapping this bill debate up today. We could do a very fast debate on the food delivery app this afternoon. We don't have to go back to throne speech debate this afternoon. The government doesn't have to call throne speech debate before we rise for the end of the day. The government could call the delivery charge bill for debate this afternoon. We could have a quick 15-20 minute debate on it, since it was promised by the other side, the government in the election, was promised by us in the election. We could have a very quick debate today, close it off. We could have it passed by Thursday still. It's still not too late. But that's not going to happen. To the viewers at home, what's going to happen today is we're going to finish up debate, a debate the government didn't want to even raise one speaker to talk to this bill, not one. The finance minister spoke for about 3 minutes to start this bill off, and that was it. It's a bill they're so proud of, they don't even want to talk about why they need 2 months to delay a bill or a budget. But they could do the right thing. They could not call the throne speech for further debate. And here's why it's important for those listening at home. Throne speech debate, what you will be barraged with for the rest of the afternoon after our leader speaks, will be member after member of the government side suddenly finding their voice and suddenly deciding to speak. And it'll be praising all things Premier. The all-powerful, wonderful Premier will be praised and praised and praised. Instead of taking that time to debate a bill that is on the order papers that says restaurants could get a bit of relief from delivery charges from third-party apps. I know what I would prefer to see the people's time being spent on in this House this afternoon. Us debating that bill, us passing that bill this afternoon, and us getting on with the business that would actually help a restaurant survive this pandemic. But instead, and I can see them all queuing up now on Zoom, they're getting their speaking notes ready for a half hour from now, to be able to pat the Premier on the back. That's what we're going to be stuck with for the rest of this afternoon. It's shameful, and I can see the embarrassment on people that used to be MPs knowing how shameful that is, because they were in opposition their whole political career in Ottawa, and they'd be saying the same things if they were back in Ottawa. And I think 3/4 of the government are former MPs, so they should all know well what I'm saying. No leadership from the government, Mr. Speaker. Zero. So I will conclude my remarks by saying there is absolutely no reason the Finance Minister needs 2 months in the middle of a pandemic to bring forward a financial plan for this province for the next fiscal year. There is no reason the Premier couldn't have said, no, this bill's not coming forward, do your job and get the budget in by mid-February. And there's no reason we couldn't be debating the delivery app bill for the rest of this afternoon and get it passed by the end of this week, instead of having to listen to a litany of people that have refused to speak on this bill stand up and do nothing but pump the tires of the Premier, because apparently his ego's not big enough quite yet. It needs a few more pumps. So, Mr. Speaker, it's time for this House to actually do the people's business, not the Premier's business, and bring forward that bill for debate after this bill has been discussed.
I thank the House Leader for the official opposition and recognize the Leader of the official opposition.
Well, thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to stand and make a few remarks today about the circumstances we find ourselves here in the legislative precinct. And I want to begin, as many others have, certainly our team certainly has, stood in the House to say thank you. Thank you to British Columbians who participated in a process recently, and while I admit we are disappointed that the group of MLAs that we are lucky enough to work with here in Victoria is smaller than we'd hoped, I can tell you that each one of them, to a person, is exceptional. They're very good at what they do, and they come and they bring passion and ideas, and they bring their voices. And we're going to talk a little bit about their voices, and I've been very proud as I've sat and listened to the words of my colleagues stand up in the House and bring their constituents' concerns, the concerns of British Columbians across the province, to this place. That is their job. That is our job. That is why we are here. But perhaps before I make some specific comments about the bill and the situation we find ourselves in, not a day goes by when British Columbians' hearts are not broken. When we hear the statistics that the public health officer and the Minister of Health bring forward, and today was no exception. 2,146 new COVID-19 cases in our province over a 3-day period. And perhaps even more stunning is the number of additional deaths. 49. 49 more families deeply impacted, hearts broken. And if that alone does not compel us to come to this place and do our best, I do not know what does or what should. One of the things that I know is that every person in this House cares about that. I know that to be true. Every person cares. But it's what we do in this place and beyond that makes a difference for British Columbians. And at a time when our province, our country, our world are being ravaged by a global pandemic, we need to do our part. And frankly, it's more than has taken place in these chambers over the last number of days and now entering our second week. There is more that should and could have been done. And it's not too late. As my incredibly articulate colleague just finished his remarks said, it is not too late to deal with those issues that could make a difference on the ground for British Columbians. All of us know that it's been a difficult year for people in our province. Facing a health crisis, an economic crisis, and all the while, trying to just adapt their lives to get through the new realities of 2020. And probably every person in this chamber has experienced that challenge as well. So I want to take just a moment and say thank you. I want to express my deep sense of gratitude and appreciation to the people of British Columbia for their strength, for their resilience over the past year. It hasn't been easy, and we continue to be challenged. But month after month, I have been surprised and inspired by how the people of our province have come together to tackle the virus. Whether it was something as simple as standing on the street corner or holding a pot in your hands and banging it every night at 7 o'clock to say thank you to healthcare workers. Have we stopped to say thank you in the last while to those healthcare workers who are exhausted and who continue to walk into those places, those hospitals, those primary care clinics, to care for British Columbians, despite the fact they probably feel fear in the pits of their stomach as well? And what do? We get called to the legislature in the middle of a global pandemic to deal with one piece of legislation. As every day in our province, men and women, whether they're working in the grocery store or they're driving the taxi cab, or whether they're teaching school, they step up and do their best and go beyond what is expected of them. I think about the innovation we've seen in our province. Think about the craft distilleries. They paused production of our incredible BC spirits. What did they do? They focused on producing hand sanitizer. Restaurants who reinvented their business, curbside, home delivery. What about the campaign we saw to put hearts in your window? That not only, I must say, I'm very proud, it was initiated and much of that work started in Prince George, but it has gone around the world. People post pictures of hearts in the most incredible places. Virtual tours where museums and organizations can no longer accept the public. They found a new way to do business. Concerts. We've seen musicians from across the province, across the country, and around the world bring music back to our hearts online in ways that we couldn't even have imagined. Is it perfect? No. Wouldn't we long to be in a concert, enjoying that experience with one another? And what about neighbors helping neighbors? Families suddenly found themselves providing extra care for parents, for children, their family members. These sudden changes in the daily lives of British Columbians introduced new challenges and new circumstances brought on by the pandemic and, yes, by public health restrictions. Stop and think about that today. Many of us are in the incredibly privileged position of being surrounded, though virtually at the moment, by family, by friends. Think about what it would be like if you lived alone. Think about what it's like if you're worried about your senior in a long-term care home as we speak. You would likely feel terror about what lies in store for them. And while, yes, even in British Columbia, we saw some who were fearful at the beginning take part in activities like, yes, stocking up on toilet paper and non-perishable food items, for the most part, what I saw was the exact opposite. British Columbians responding to this crisis with kindness and compassion. Communities throughout the province truly came together to support one another. Every day we saw acts of kindness. People coordinating delivery of groceries for the elderly, generous donations being made to food banks and shelters, and kids in garages producing face shields with a 3D printer. There has been great hardship, but there has been great heroism. And for that, I want to thank all British Columbians for rising to the occasion and showing us and the rest of our country the spirit and character of British Columbians. I found myself and find myself every day feeling such an incredible sense of pride toward my fellow British Columbians. And I believe many people feel that same degree of pride when we came together during the pandemic, knowing we could count on our communities to do their part in trying times. And what the message should be today, people have those same expectations of our government. As the representatives of British Columbians, we too, as people elected to this place to represent them, should be driven by the incredible standards of compassion, care, and action that have been set by the people who sent us here. We all need to do our part, just like people in every neighborhood and throughout this province have done. They have risen to the occasion. But instead, and I won't be surprising anyone when I say this, after what was an unnecessary, risky election call during a pandemic, we had a re-elected government ready, we thought, to take on the hard work that should be taking place in this legislature today. And it still could. Mr. Speaker, I cannot convey in words how deeply disappointed I am in this government for letting down the people of our province at a time like this by calling back the legislature for a single piece of legislation. And it's not just a single piece of legislation. It's a bill that in no way reflects the sacrifices other people have made during the crisis. In fact, it is one bill that has nothing at all to do with providing the immediate and ongoing support that the people of British Columbia need and deserve. In fact, it serves only one group of people, and that's the government. How could we do that to British Columbians? After the countless examples of strength, resilience, and effort, we get summoned back to Victoria to deal with a bill that basically will effectively allow the government to delay introducing the next budget until April 30th of the next year. And I'm not going to spend a long time discussing the technical pieces of the bill. First of all, it's short. And secondly, the members on this side of the House have stood up day after day and outlined why this bill falls short of the mark on so many levels. Honourable Speaker, I have to tell you, I got a real sense of déjà vu when I saw the bill, and I asked myself, haven't we been down this road before? Yes, Mr. Speaker, we have been down this road before. In the midst of a global pandemic, all of the parties came together this summer to support the funding for COVID-19, for the supports, and to provide some breathing room for presenting the next budget. We did that together in this House. And so before anyone decides to characterize our comments as us being lacking in care or compassion, we care about providing supports to British Columbians. We cared so much that we agreed to come back to the legislature and in a very short period of time, agree unanimously, including members of the Green Party, to what was a significant aid package for British Columbians and for small businesses. We did that together. We knew it was important. And yet here we are today. We're back here again. We had a premier who told us that not to worry. The government is well aware of the state of provincial finances. But what do we find out? That now we're here in the legislature debating a bill that will actually push for additional time without the scrutiny of this House, the media, or the public. Another month with programs and organizations in our province worried about whether or not they're going to see renewed funding. And another month that essentially gives this government carte blanche to spend as they will, including the use of special warrants. Because in case you haven't noticed, April 30th is actually a month after the start of the fiscal year. So I would love for someone, anyone on the other side of the House, anyone to get up, maybe someone on the Zoom screen, and explain to British Columbians how that is acceptable and how it is going to work in each and every one of their constituencies. When organizations have no idea what their funding will look like, maybe someone could offer an explanation, because we haven't heard one single word about that from anyone on the other side of the House. People, individuals, nonprofits, charities, businesses, all looking for stability and certainty. And don't they deserve that after the tumultuous year that we have faced? That was 2020. And this government just throws that out the window. No certainty, they say, but trust us. Trust us to use special warrants and spend at the start of the first quarter of 2021 without legislative approval. Trust us that we haven't just shredded every ounce of credibility the NDP government has when it comes to transparency. Transparency matters. British Columbians deserve to know the fiscal state of our province. Trust us to make good on our promises. Well, I think I've heard that before. Let's remember, what about that promise for the $400 renters rebate, their plan for universal childcare, and their pledge to build 100,000 new homes? This NDP government couldn't keep track of their 2017 promises, so forgive me, Honourable Speaker, if I'm unable to take them at their word, to just trust them this time around. And guess what? British Columbians shouldn't either. In fact, the Premier not only promised that his snap election wouldn't hit the pause button, he also said he'd be right back to work right afterwards. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's been a month and a half since election night, and it is painfully clear that the wheels of government have yet to pick up speed again. And while the Premier calls the Legislature back, what is the discussion about? One single bill. And before the hue and cry starts on the other side, let's be clear, this is not for one moment about the exceptional public service that we have. Not for one moment about them. I have every understanding of how this process works, having been there. There is no plausible explanation for the fact that this government knows the fiscal state of this province, and if it doesn't, shame on them. They are not a new government. Shame on them. At a time when British Columbians across this province are struggling with health and economic challenges, their representative MLAs have convened to discuss one piece of legislation. That's it. That isn't my definition, or certainly not one of my team's definition of getting back to work. It's the appearance of doing something. It's easy to see how delaying the budget into Q1 21 will benefit the government, but I struggle today in seeing how it will benefit the people of British Columbia, who are supposed to be managing their lives. During second reading of this bill, the Minister of Finance confirmed in her comments that there will be no government programs until a budget is tabled. That means until they finally get around to their delayed budget, no new help is coming to British Columbians facing tough times. No new supports will be made available to society's most vulnerable people. So as the Minister of Social Development and Poverty Reduction, and boy, interesting mathematics in question period today. I hope that people are actually going to go and try to figure out the math from that answer. The Minister slashes supplemental supports to persons living with disabilities. And what was even more astounding to me, not one member of the government stood up, not one new MLA, to say, wait a minute, that's not what I signed up for. Not one. And then, what do we hear today? We hear the Premier stand up and say, well, don't worry about that because we're going to consider making it, maybe somewhere down the road we'll have a discussion and maybe we'll make it permanent. That was unbelievable to me. Because if that is what the Premier intends to do, there is absolutely no excuse for the agony and the concern and the upset and the pain that he is causing those individuals and families across British Columbia. He could do that today. He didn't have to make the decision to make that cut. And as far as I'm concerned, those families deserve more respect than that. If there is even a hint that this government will suddenly roll out a permanent fix, after people have been frightened, upset, worried, I think that speaks volumes. The Premier claimed he wanted to put the politics behind us, but this bill simply rewrites the rules for government's gain. When describing the first request for a delay to the budget earlier this year, former Finance Minister Carol James said, and those of you who have been in this House know that then Minister James and I and my colleagues worked very hard to work constructively with one another. I have a great deal of regard for the work that she did. And here's what she said, and I quote, "The first extension would allow sufficient time for due diligence to be done by the good public servants who work for all of us in British Columbia," end quote. So what has changed? Apparently it was enough time, the first time they brought it to the House, and suddenly they need more time. Not good enough. Not good enough, Mr. Speaker. This is not a new government. And if they can't figure out how to deliver a budget in February, then they should have told British Columbians that the first time round. And now here we are back again. What we know, Mr. Speaker, is that there are so many things on the minds and hearts of British Columbians. And the government knew that what's going on in this place really doesn't matter very much today to British Columbians. They're just trying to get through the day, trying to get through Christmas. They're trying to figure out how they keep their families safe. They're trying to figure out how they celebrate Christmas. They don't really care about the lack of an agenda, but they will when the impacts are felt. We've already seen that the $1,000 you're going to get in the mail is no longer the $1,000 everyone's going to get in the mail. It's the $1,000 some people might get in the mail, but we're not really sure who's going to get it because it's based on pre-pandemic income. So it basically says to families in this province, if you've lost your job as a result of COVID, well, you might not get any relief. That is not what this Premier promised British Columbians. We've seen slashes to persons with disabilities, to their support. We've seen literally no answer to questions about the representative for children and youth that my excellent colleague has asked and others. No answer to that. And the government promised to deal with delivery service charges. We did the homework for the government. There is a bill that has been tabled. All the Premier needs to do is call the bill. There's a piece of action that could actually help to save struggling restaurants. Did anyone over there on the other side read today that 30% more of restaurants in British Columbians may not survive? And what are we talking about? Let's delay the budget. Let's just give some more time to the government. While restaurants across this province, other small businesses hang on by a thread. There's still time. We did the homework. We tabled the bill. It's up to the Premier to actually do something in this session that would make a difference for small businesses in British Columbia, for those restaurants who are desperately holding on. So what have we seen over these last few days? A series of actions that are actually detrimental to the well-being of British Columbians, and a bill that does absolutely nothing but give the government more time. Well, Mr. Speaker, the government doesn't need more time. They have an exceptional group of public servants who I know would be briefing this government. They are not a new government. And we were promised by the Premier, oh, no delay in services, no hold up. We're just going to have a quick pandemic election, and then we'll get right back to work. And here we sit. Well, here's one thing I know. That the members of the official opposition, and yes, members of the Green Party, have stood up and have spoken up. And we're going to send a message today and every day that we're in this legislature and beyond its walls, and we're going to do the job we were elected to do. We're going to stand up and we're going to speak up every single time about the issues that matter to British Columbians. And while the Premier and his ministers, it was interesting in question period, every single answer somehow had a look in the rearview mirror. Well, I have news for the Premier and the government. They are the government. They have a majority government. They have been the government for 3.5 years. Apparently, they didn't take a break. It is time they looked in the mirror and started taking responsibility for their action or lack of action over the last 3.5 years. It is time to stop looking in the rearview mirror and take responsibility for the things they've done or haven't done. And I can say this. I think the government thought we were all going to arrive in Victoria and we were just simply going to rubber stamp this bill. It's not about the bill, Mr. Speaker. It's not about a bill that's basically, at the moment, meaningless to most British Columbians. It's about the attitude. It's about the approach. It's about what really matters. This government had a chance during this session to do something meaningful for British Columbians. And it's not too late. It's not too late. There's a bill on the order paper. There's more than one bill on the order paper, because we haven't dealt with split assessment, which is also another reason that businesses are struggling. And then my colleague's issue that she raises so thoughtfully and carefully about equity. Should your son make more than your daughter? I know what our answer to that question is. Those are the kinds of things that could make a difference. So, Mr. Speaker, I so appreciate the opportunity to bring some reflections on behalf of the official opposition, but I simply want to reflect on this. The only piece of legislation this Premier wanted to push through is not about new supports. It is nothing to do with helping exhausted frontline workers. It is nothing to help long-term care. It does nothing to help long-term care homes. It does nothing to help struggling small businesses. It does nothing to help families. It does nothing to help teachers or first responders. This bill does one thing. It helps the government delay what should be a priority and an inevitable transparency with British Columbians, critical information that British Columbians need and deserve. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of the resilience, the strength, and the effort that British Columbians have shown, and they continue to show every day. The comparison is an embarrassment. That the government calls a legislative session to deal with one bill, when every day there are pressing, critical, crucial issues that every single member of this House should have been standing up to discuss. And I want to encourage the new members of the NDP caucus. There's a job to be done here. It should be noted that the MLAs standing up and raising the issues are on the opposition benches. There's a job for all of us to do. And what is deeply disappointing and should be devastating for British Columbians is that all we've seen are actions in the last week that are impacting the lives of British Columbians in a negative way, and the best this government could muster was a bill that allows them to push their financial responsibility out further than the first time. Not good enough, Mr. Speaker, and I can reiterate for you that the members of the opposition are going to stand up and they're going to speak up every single time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Leader of the Official Opposition, and closing debate, the Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Moving Budget 2021 will not affect our support for British Columbians. Our commitment to a more affordable province, Mr. Speaker, remains firm. When COVID-19 hit British Columbia, we acted quickly. We acted quickly to provide supports for people and businesses to help them right away. Our COVID-19 action plan was followed by a Stronger BC, our economic recovery plan, and that was in September, Mr. Speaker. And the BC recovery benefit that we're talking about in this chamber this week will give families a boost into next year, and the applications, Honourable Speaker, are open on Friday. We are building a recovery that includes all British Columbians, not just those at the top. We are making life more affordable through better childcare, employment and education opportunities, Mr. Speaker, and with targeted investments that help people and businesses now. Mr. Speaker, an April budget gives us time to develop a robust, meaningful, and long-term plan that builds on all of these supports that are working now, Mr. Speaker. All of these supports that are making a difference in people's lives now, and they have been when we came together to be there for them in March. And there's a recovery that we need to plan ahead, Mr. Speaker. We are in unprecedented times, and I know that British Columbians expect their government to create a plan that doesn't work just for today, but for the years ahead. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move second reading.
Thank you to the Minister of Finance. People on Zoom, we're about to have a vote. Please have your voting cards ready. The question will be second reading of Bill 3. Those in favor indicate so or say aye. Aye. Leave your voting card up if you are voting in favor, please. Those opposed, say nay. Nay. Leave your card up, please. We are just counting the X's and the O's. Thank you for voting. You can put your cards down, please. In my opinion, the nays have it. Division. Division has been called. Division has been requested pursuant to session order adopted December 7, 2020. The division shall be deferred until 6 p.m. 6:15, thank you. 6:15 p.m. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call continued address and reply to the speech from the throne.
Thank you. Member for Courtenay-Comox.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And congratulations on your appointment as Deputy Speaker. Lots of changes in the House, and it is my great privilege to be able to respond to the throne speech that opened our 42nd Parliament. And recognize that we are on the unceded territory of the Lekwungen-speaking peoples, so the Esquimalt and Songhees, and I wanted to also acknowledge that I come from the territory of the Comox First Nation. When I first moved there in 1990, I was told that Comox meant the land of plenty, and it certainly is the land of plenty. If you look at the history, our beautiful estuary is full of fish steaks from fishing weirs that have had hundreds of thousands of people. And there are middens that line the shores for miles and miles. A couple of years ago, I had the privilege of being on a walk after a big major storm, and one of the banks had eroded, and some 1,400-year-old bones were found. So the land of plenty has been the land of plenty for millennia. I was born in France. My father was in the military, and he never was transferred into Comox space, but there is a large contingent of people who not only work at the base, but who retired there. They've come out of duty, and they returned out of love for the place. We're a very diverse community as well. We have probably per capita the most number of organizations that are involved in environmental pursuits. And it's because of that beauty, the nature that surrounds us helps define who we are and what we fight for. And it is a real privilege to live in a place where there is so much love shown for this community. As we start this new Parliament, I wanted to say thank you to the leadership of our Premier and also to acknowledge the record of our previous government. I remember 2017. I remember entering a campaign where there was despair, there was hurt, there was people suffering, and right after the election, there was an air of hope and aspiration. And that has continued through the 3+ years that we were at the seat of government with the cooperation of the Green Party with our confidence and supply agreement. And we grew. We had balanced budgets year after year after year. We increased affordability, and we increased services that people relied on at the same time that we were able to grow the economy, provide jobs, have more opportunities for people in terms of education and advancing careers and supporting business and technology. It has been a positive direction where we have turned the Titanic around and headed in a new direction. And I would like to say that this election was, to me, a demonstration of the confidence and the trust that the people have in the record that we presented to them from their experience, that we don't just say that that we've built a more affordable province, that we've provided services. People actually are feeling it. I remember the day that I opened my campaign office, and a couple walked by, and they said, "I've never voted NDP in my life, but we're looking forward to voting this time." And the day that we were taking down our camp, they walked by again and were congratulatory. And I think that speaks of the trust and the confidence that people have had in the direction that we have been going with this government. I would like to also thank the people who helped me to be able to stand in this beautiful room, to be a part of a government and represent the people of Courtenay Comox. The executive of my local constituency association has been with me throughout and continues on. President Catherine Askew, in spite of some family troubles, stuck around, and when she had to take some time off, she was able to turn over the helm to Kevin McPhail, who is our vice president, and he very ably steered the ship. I'm using a lot of shipping metaphors here. We have had people who've been around for a long time. I won't go through all of the names, but please know that you are very much appreciated. And we've lost a few folks through the time, and we've made new friends as well. And that's something that's come this time around too, is just so many more new faces of people who wanted to be a part of growing this province in a good way. I want to thank my husband, who is with me 24/7 in my heart and keeps the home fires burning and makes sure that I'm fed and watered. I think I've said this before. And have clean clothes to wear when I come down here. He has become the keeper of the house in ways that he probably never imagined. I also want to thank my children. They don't live in the Comox Valley anymore. They've found their careers and new lives in different parts of British Columbia. One's in Penticton, my son Ryan with his partner Leah McKinnon, and my daughter Chelsea, who is integrated pest management specialist who works in the Lower Mainland. And they have wonderful lives, and they are experiencing these days in each in their own way. And I'm very proud that they're in my life and that they help give me the kinds of stories that tell me whether or not I'm going in the right direction. I want to thank the campaign team. My campaign manager came in a little bit after, because one of the members who sits in this house today actually turned to becoming a candidate instead of the campaign manager. And I'm very proud of the work that she did to gain a seat here. And I'm very happy that I had the strong leadership of Mike Orders to steer us through to a good day on the 24th of October, and then again on the 6th of November. And I also want to talk about my constituency assistants. Some of the folks have played double duty, and my constituency assistant, Leanne Rathjay, played triple duty. And that kind of loyalty doesn't come around very often, and I just want to acknowledge that spirit of working together and supporting each other. We talked a lot about the importance of bringing stability through the time of COVID. When COVID hit, we'd been coming along in a really good way, and then not one sector was left out of this pandemic. Some sectors have suffered more, and I think that's a place where I am very proud that we are focusing on to make sure that everyone comes out the other end and we have a more fair and just and equitable society. Sorry, thank you. One of the things that happened early in the pandemic was that I heard a lot of people saying how glad they were that they lived in British Columbia. And today, still, the issue of COVID-19 is the #1 priority of everyone, because we're not done yet. I am so proud of every British Columbian who has stepped up and done their part. It's always been a simple message of what we can do to be heroes, and people have done it. whether it's keeping that 2 meters, learning how to be close but apart, remembering to wash our hands to the tune of Happy Birthday twice, whether it's finding tricks not to touch your face, and remembering to stay home when you're sick. For me, that's been a hard one because I suffer from allergies, so I always have a drippy nose, and I don't want to stay home, but I will say that it's something that when you do it, you know you're doing it for others, and that you're saving lives. So every British Columbian that has taken that important guidance from Dr. Bonnie Henry, it's been saving lives, and they're all heroes. I also want to acknowledge Dr. Bonnie Henry. She came to us at a time when we needed somebody who had the kind of expertise that she has, having dealt with Ebola and SARS, and having the discipline that she has, and the sense of teamsmanship, and the ability to go through all the evidence, to be, I don't know if she sleeps. I don't know how you can do this job and day after day, and take the heat on some things that, like, it's just really hard to imagine anybody giving her grief. But we know that she has, and I just want to lift my hands to her for all that she has endured. I saw her do, somebody had recorded her doing a little dance when the vaccine announcement was about to be made. And you could just see in those few seconds the sense of relief that she had, that there was going to be a light at the end of the tunnel. But in the meantime, she has borne an incredible burden of trying to make sure we all do the right thing and stay safe. Government's response was swift, and yes, we did work across party lines. It was a very deliberate and important step because we truly are all in this together. The virus knows no party lines. It doesn't distinguish between races. It doesn't distinguish between whether you live in the north or whether you live in the lower mainland. It all depends on how we manage ourselves in safe ways. So working together, I've just been so impressed by the work that we have seen come out of this province to protect people, to strengthen our communities, to support businesses. And we flattened the curve in ways that have not been flattened across the country with the kind of populations that we have. And that is a point of pride, and and we are in a place right now where it it kind of got away on us a little bit, but still, compared to other communities, we're getting a hold of it again and starting to bring things back into control. The fact that folks are dying in larger numbers is devastating. It is the hardest part of this pandemic, that we would have people who have given their lives to this province to be most at risk and to suffer the most dire of consequences. And so taking initiatives that protect our elders and our seniors has been job one. And we can do this. We can continue to work in the right direction. And I'm looking forward to the vaccine that's going to help just tremendously and give us that hope that we will one day return to a more normal life. But in the meantime, we have a lot still to do, and we still need to be vigilant while we do it. I want to talk a little bit about some of the stories that have happened as we've moved from taking action, response, and recovery and efforts, and where we're going from here on in. In my community, in terms of supporting business and protecting jobs, the reduction in the property tax for commercial properties helped. The recovery money that's been being handed out to local governments has been received with great relief, recognizing that loans weren't all that small businesses need, that grants were also important. And now we're looking at tax measures to reward hiring, and I think that's another exciting piece. In my own community, just a few examples of how people, with their livelihoods, have managed to be supported and still be able to continue on. Just down the street from me, I have one of the restaurants who's created patio seating out on the parking spots on the street. And they're starting to winterize them a bit, but they're still going strong. The doors are still open. We have a local brewery who set up shop in a mall and had never anticipated COVID-19, but they weren't able to sell cans of their brew, and now thanks to the changes in the policies, they have been allowed to add that to their repertoire of business offerings. We had a brand new coffee shop. This is one of the harder pieces, of, new endeavors, and they opened up and had all of these. There's hydro bills that were going to come due and payable, and there was nobody coming through the door. And so they were able to get relief from that, and I can't tell you how grateful they were, because it would have crushed them. In terms of protecting people, we've provided protections around housing with rent relief, protection from evictions during the worst of the COVID pandemic, and limited the rental increases, all to bring a little bit of stability to people who would otherwise be made more susceptible to catching the COVID-19 virus. In terms of health, I wanted to talk a little bit about the fact that surgeries were put on hold for quite a number of months. And when they came back, they've come back with gangbusters to try and do a catch-up. We had been working on reducing wait times for hips and knees, and that was a challenge. I appreciate this, because I've had my hip replaced 3 times in British Columbia, and I know what it's like to have to wait for that surgery. And I know what it's like to be in a hospital when you feel very vulnerable and you don't get to have visitors. It's just a very, very difficult time. And yet, the healthcare workers are stepping in and being the surrogate family members and working double duty, not only to provide the health care, but also to provide those emotional supports so that people can get home and be healthy again. During the early days, we recognized seniors at home were needing to stay safe at home, and we had a working group with all the members of party members to work to make sure that we could roll out a $50 million plan with Better at Home through the United Way to make sure that people could get their groceries, that they could get their prescriptions, that they could have check-ins. These are all part of the direction in making sure that we're looking after British Columbians. And coming up in that same regard is to have more personalized home care. I think that's a great direction that's going to make people feel a lot safer in their homes and give them a better quality of life. I want to talk a little bit about the seniors in residential care. My father was in residential care, and I know what it's like not to be able to see your loved one, because I was quite far away from them. He was in Burnaby and I was home in Courtenay. And so I have a lot of sympathy and I feel the pain of the people that have not been able to see their family members. But I'm also very hopeful that this day is going to come to an end and people will be able to safely see their family members that are in care, and when they do so, they won't be jeopardizing the safety of their loved ones or someone else's loved ones that are in those care homes, because we know how quickly this virus will spread. I know that coming up too, we're going to be training and hiring more doctors and nurses. We know that they are working overtime, and this is an opportunity for them to, for us to see our healthcare system grow and thrive and be ready for the next crisis that I don't want to imagine might ever come, but we always want to be prepared. I want to talk a little bit about the recovery benefit and the crisis supplements. This summer, I ran into, well, I shouldn't say I ran into her because we were 2 meters apart, but I spoke with an elderly woman in one of our parks who was very excited about having received the crisis supplement. It made a big difference in her life. And yesterday we heard from the minister about how the next phase will roll out in terms of the recovery benefit, which is going to be more inclusive of more people, and how the threshold for being eligible is being raised so that more people are eligible to get these benefits for the next 3 months. These are important steps, and I appreciate that there's a need to be critical about things, but I just want to set the record straight that people are getting the help that they need, and that there is no intention from this side of the House to see people having to scrape to get through in ways that we have already been showing that we support them. In terms of the future, our commitment to a clean energy future is very secure. We saw through the summer months redeploying of small ship operators to be cleaning up oceans plastics, giving them employment. We just made announcements around greener transportation options with active transportation and shortening commute times. And I just really look forward to all the work and all of the innovations that are going to come in terms of the clean energy future that is before us, and the opportunities that having this kind of like a reset with COVID-19 to be able to move into new directions with more vigor. So the table has been set to extend, to expand, and to launch new initiatives as British Columbians have shown us that this is the right direction. The vaccine is good news. We have been reassured about the safety of this messenger RNA vaccine. It's not my area of expertise. I think I failed chemistry when we got into talk about DNA, but we know that we are not out of the woods yet, and that we still continue to need to do our part. I want to recognize again the frontline healthcare workers, our frontline essential workers, the people who put food on our tables to make sure that we can get from point A to B, and all of the other ones to stay the course with trust and with confidence so that we can get through this together. We are in the, I guess, entering it, we're there now, we're in the giving season. People have shown a lot of generosity through this pandemic, and I know that it will continue. It's now time for us to help find other ways to celebrate, to express the joy and peace this season represents, and it is, after all, the point of the season. We will get together as family and friends in the future. And this time, our gift to each other is to stay apart and to move forward to a new recovery and a stronger BC. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Recognizing the member for Saanich North and the Islands. Member.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for this opportunity to respond to this, the second speech from the throne this year. And as my colleagues have done on both sides of the House, I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the incredible people in Saanich North and the Islands for putting their trust in me for the next 4 years, their confidence in me for the next 4 years. And the incredible people that were a part of my campaign team who came together very quickly. We had always, prepared for the potential for a snap election, and this fall we learned why we were prepared for a snap election, and so we had the opportunity to exercise what we had prepared for, and I'm glad to be able to have a space here and to represent the beautiful territory of the Husainich. I do speak to the throne speech. I was actually going to not speak to the throne speech this time around because I kind of half thought as I looked through it that there is potentially another throne speech coming. I mean, at least I would hope that this is not the vision that is being laid out for British Columbia for 2021 and going forward from a devastating pandemic. However, as committees had been stood up, as work had been proceeding, I kind of felt that this might actually be the only throne speech that I'm going to get a chance to respond to. And so earlier today, I changed my mind and thought that I would find myself here speaking to this throne speech because I was and continue to be quite confused with what's going on. This may be the throne speech for 2021. We don't have a parliamentary calendar. We're debating another piece of legislation that may or may not extend the ability of government to deliver a budget past February. We might be here in February. We might not be. We could be here in March or April. Potentially we could have a budget in May. I mean, the reality of it is that there's not a lot of certainty, so the only thing that is certain is that I'm here today, and I thought I'd take the opportunity to speak to the throne speech. And in taking a look at the throne speech, it's only a few pages. I've been now a part of a few throne speeches, and each one of them lay out a substantial vision for the government. This is what the government, how the government articulates its vision for British Columbians. The thing I noticed about the second throne speech of this year was that it wasn't a forward-looking document. It was a document that was firmly looking in the rearview mirror. This is what we have accomplished. We're in multiple crises. We've got a pandemic, global proportions. We've got overdose and addiction crisis in our province. We had a crisis in seniors care. We've got small businesses collapsing. We have an economic, social, and as we've been raising in this legislature for the past 3.5 years, we've got crisis in the environment as well. We've got collapsing ecosystems that have been clearly harvested right to the end. And so we've got a kind of a full throttle crisis that we're facing. And what we have is a throne speech that doesn't lay out how we're going to navigate our way through that necessarily. What it does is it says, this is how well we did when everybody was giving government space to do what needed to be done in the face of a pandemic. And so here we are after the fall election, scrambling into a December session. We are here, I think, at least British Columbians think we're here to deliver on a promise that the Premier made during an election campaign. What we're finding out is it's dramatically different than the one people thought they were getting. So we're here to do that bit of work. It was not well thought through. It was or it was not contemplated in the summer. Nobody really knows. And now we're debating Bill 3, which is a bill to delay the budget, to give the government more space. We have no parliamentary calendar for 2020. Again, I asked the question, when will we be back in here to debate important pieces of legislation? And you know, the really, as I said in the debate for Bill 3, the real challenge that I have with the situation that we face today is that we were told there was a plan. We were told there was an agenda, and that British Columbians were to buy into that agenda. And the reality is that if this is the throne speech that delivers part one of that, then 2021 is a pretty bleak year for British Columbians. It will be more of the government reflecting back on what they did well when we were at the table with them, when the BC Liberals, when our friends in the BC Liberals were stepping back and allowing the space for the Premier and the Finance Minister, the former Finance Minister, to do the work. In this throne speech, there's a commitment to invest in people, strengthen economies, support jobs and growth, a clean energy future, a just recovery, and reconciliation with Indigenous people. That's what we were already doing, Mr. Speaker. We were already doing it to incredible success. All of those things, that's not new. That's not an incredible vision forward. That's not the foundation to call a snap election in the middle of a pandemic. We've been doing that for 3.5 years. In the throne speech, it lays out what the commitment is for health, for COVID-19. Talking about government's rapid response. We did that collectively. We collectively, rapidly responded. We shut this place down. We returned 10 of us. I was sitting in that seat over there. 10 of us got to work to deliver a $5 billion envelope of funding for the government to work. We stepped back. We stepped the politics back. We gave the space. And the government went to work consulting all summer long on their election platform. That's what we learned, because the reality of it is that economic recovery plan, the great economic recovery plan, was the first announcement of their campaign, the government's campaign. And despite the knowledge that there was a second wave coming, despite the knowledge that there was increasing numbers in Fraser Health, these markers were in place long before the election was called. Here we are anyway. So this throne speech, Mr. Speaker, doesn't cut it in terms of a vision. It does a pretty good job of summarizing the success. But really, I mean, if you were going to do that, there was a lot of things that you would have had in that document. If you were really going to give and pay homage to the incredible work of a minority government, the first of its kind in BC's history, getting together with different ideas, trying to cut through differences of opinion, to find common ground on issues, to collaborate, to cooperate, then this throne speech would have had a lot more to it. And this is why I'm wondering if there's not another throne speech coming. And so when I take a look at this, I had to stand up to say that this is not good enough. If this is what it is, it's not good enough. If we're going to be doing another throne speech, then I have to wonder why it is that we're going through this charade, why it is that we're going through this process to scramble back here, to stand up committees that are then just going to be dissolved again in a couple of months, only to be stood back up again. What it says to me is that there wasn't a plan, there wasn't an organized and coordinated effort, that this was simply an opportunity to try to have all of the responsibility, and now you have it. And now you've got to take and be accountable for that responsibility. So we were told that there was going to be no delay. We were told that we were going to roll straight from that election right into governing. That's what the Premier promised. Tell that to the people in my constituency who have been waiting for me to ramp back up my operations as we were in caretaker mode for the better part of 2.5 months, 2 months. Tell that to the backlog of meetings that I have. Tell that to the people who haven't been able to get access to the programs that they needed to get access to while we were out on the hustings. No delay. Tell that to the people who've been waiting, the businesses who have been waiting for ministries to respond to them, for funding applications, for grant money, for economic recovery money. Tell them that there's not going to be any delay to their operations. As ministry staff quite rightly say, well, we have no idea who's going to be government. We don't know which programs are going to be in place, so we as well remain in caretaker mode. And as new ministers, and I've had the benefit of talking to a couple of new ministers, and quite rightly have the work ahead of them to get up to speed on their files. New deputy ministers come in to get up to speed on their files. It's not realistic that there's going to be no delay. So why was this told to British Columbians that there won't be a delay? So the reality is we don't have a budget. We don't have certainty. We don't have confidence. We don't have a throne speech that lays out a vision for 2021. I sure hope that there is another throne speech at some point early in 2021 that lays out this grand plan and the big promises and how we're going to achieve that. I suspect there is one coming. I hope there is one coming, because as it stands right now, Mr. Speaker, the document that we have in front of us to analyze is not good enough, and it fails to meet the expectations that British Columbians were asked or were told to have in a new majority NDP government. Because this document doesn't do that. This document barely gets this legislature open. So with that, I'm going to take my seat. I felt like it was important for me, just in case there wasn't a throne speech, and we were, in fact, going to be building off of this throne speech for the rest of the year, I needed to be on the record to say that this simply was not good enough. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, the House Leader of the Third Party. Recognizing the member for Surrey Fleetwood.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm very pleased to stand up in this House and respond to the Throne Speech 2020. Mr. Speaker, I will come back to the Throne Speech in a moment. First, I would like to convey my sincere thanks to the people who have been part of my political journey. I exist in this House, Mr. Speaker, because of the people of Surrey who elected me as their representative 5 times. And that is certainly a rare honor for me. Therefore, I would like to convey my sincere thanks to the people of Surrey Fleetwood for giving me the opportunity and for putting their faith in me. Huge thanks also to my 3 staff members, Navneet Kaur, Diana Pasiana, and Gurjeevan Sidhu at Surrey Fleetwood office for their exceptional services to the people of Surrey Fleetwood. I also want to say thanks to Gurbinder Kang, who retired recently after serving as a legislative assistant in my Victoria office after serving about 15 years, for her exceptional services to the people of British Columbia. And thanks to all members of the Surrey Fleetwood Riding Association for their ongoing support to me for many, many years, because I won't be able to do it without them. Last but not the least, Mr. Speaker, thanks from the deep inside of my heart to the love of my life, my friend, and my beautiful wife, Rajwant Brar, and to my daughter Noor and my son Fateh, for their unconditional support to me since I started this journey almost 16 years ago. I love you all. Coming back to the throne speech, Mr. Speaker, to begin with once again, let me make it absolutely clear that I feel proud to support the throne speech delivered last week in this House. Mr. Speaker, we are going through the worst pandemic in the history of our province, causing unprecedented health and economic crisis for the people of this province. People, businesses, and healthcare workers have stood up to this challenge to help people of this province to go through this difficult time. First of all, I would like to acknowledge those that COVID-19 has taken from us and the hardship that the pandemic has placed on all British Columbians. I would also like to acknowledge the commitment and the bravery of the healthcare and other frontline workers that have helped keep people safe. My nieces are working in the healthcare system. One of them is a neurologist, the other one working in the administration. So I understand, Mr. Speaker, the challenges and the brave work our healthcare workers and first responders are doing to keep us all safe. And they have done an exceptional job to keep us safe. So, Mr. Speaker, when COVID-19 first arrived in BC, our government took swift action to protect people, including addressing risks in long-term care facilities by limiting workers to one facility, acting to provide appropriate care in Indigenous, rural, and remote communities, and secured the large amount of personal protective equipment our frontline workers need, and worked with public health officials to implement a well-designed testing and contact tracing strategy. Mr. Speaker, since then, we have hired thousands of new healthcare workers and contact tracers. We have also provided financial support to people during the pandemic, Mr. Speaker, with $1,000 emergency benefit, temporary rent relief, and protecting people from the threat of eviction, and crisis supplement to people on disability and income assistance. And the list goes on. To protect jobs, Mr. Speaker, we helped businesses through property tax cuts, deferred tax payments, and BC Hydro rate relief. I also would like to say thank you to Dr. Bonnie Henry and Minister of Health, because they've done a remarkable job, Mr. Speaker, to deal with unprecedented COVID-19 challenges, to keep people of this province safe, and to sustain our economy to the best possible shape during this very difficult time. And that will serve us as a springboard for a fast economic recovery after the COVID-19. So, Mr. Speaker, this speech from the throne focused on the immediate actions government is taking to protect British Columbians' health and livelihood from the threat of COVID-19. I understand in this House people debate the role of the opposition is to, of course, debate and critique what the government does. But this is a very unprecedented time, Mr. Speaker, and this is much needed help. We need to move on as quickly as possible to support people of this province as needed. This speech arrived at a time, Mr. Speaker, when new treatment and vaccine give us hope for better days ahead of us. But the current wave of COVID-19 continue to pose urgent challenges in the short term. And that's why we are here in this House. When the pandemic hit in the beginning, Mr. Speaker, our province last spring, we promised the people of the province that we would be there for them for as long as it takes to recover. And that promise stands. We will continue to listen to public health officials, help those on the front lines, and support families and businesses. The steps taken so far, Mr. Speaker, to address the threat of COVID-19 have saved lives, have made BC a safe place, have helped our economy keep going as compared to other jurisdictions. In the months ahead, Mr. Speaker, government will build on the measures already in place. Some initiatives, Mr. Speaker, will be extended or expanded, and new ones launched. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, government will help people, communities, and businesses to implement whatever public health protections are necessary to address outbreaks. And we will continue to provide support to people as needed. This will also include a new recovery benefit, which will be rolled out by the end of this year. Families with a combined household income of less than $125,000 per year will be eligible to receive $1,000. Family earning above that, up to $170,000, will receive payment on a sliding scale. Individuals, Mr. Speaker, earning less than $62,000 a year will be eligible for $500. With those earning up to $87,000 will be eligible for a payment on a sliding scale. The BC recovery benefit will help people financially, Mr. Speaker, during this very hard time, and will also support our local economy.
Excuse me, member. Sorry, member. Just, of course, noting the hour, we are going to be moving to a deferred division, so if he might reserve his place and noting the hour, move to adjourn the debate at this time.
I'll do that, Mr. Speaker. So people can apply for that online starting December 18 at duff.bc.ca.
Sorry, member, if I wasn't
benefit.
Member,
so, Mr. Speaker, I move the adjournment of the debate and reserve my time to come back and speak next day.
Thank you, member. Members heard the question, which is the adjournment of debate at this time. If members at home can prepare your voting cards. All those in favor of adjourning this debate? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. So members, of course, pursuant to the sessional order, a deferred division will take place shortly on the motion for third reading of Bill number 3. Second reading, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Second reading of Bill number 3, Finance Statutes Amendment Act 2020. So members at home will need to enable their video, but we will be taking a short recess in order to prepare for the vote. Thank you, members. We are now in recess.
Members, I call the House back to order.
Burke Mountain, he's there.
Yes, I'm here.
Members, I call the House back to order. So all those members who are participating virtually, have your videos on, please, in 5 minutes. Members, we will now proceed with the deferred division. The question is second reading of Bill number 3, Finance Statute Amendment Act 2020. The clerk will now conduct a roll call division in alphabetical order by caucuses, beginning with the government caucus. With the House Leader, with the government House Leader, if present, yeah, he will be called for, he's here. We didn't see you all day, so you have to. Okay, you are here. That's good. Members, please clearly state, I vote aye or I vote nay when your name is called by the clerk. I remind members participating remotely that they must unmute their microphone when their name is called by the clerk. The voting cards cannot be used for formal division calls. Madam Clerk.
Mike Farnworth.
I vote aye.
Pam Alexis.
I vote aye.
Brittany Anderson.
I vote aye.
Michelle Babchuk.
I vote aye.
Brenda Bailey.
I vote aye.
Harry Baines.
I vote aye.
Lisa Bear.
I vote aye.
Gary Begg.
I vote aye.
Jagrup Brar.
I vote aye.
Spencer Chandra Herbert.
I vote aye.
Susie Chant.
I vote aye.
Katrina Chen.
I vote aye.
George Chow.
I vote aye.
Katrine Conroy.
I vote aye.
Dan Coulter.
I vote aye.
Nathan Cullen.
I vote aye.
Mitzi Dean.
I vote aye.
Bob Deeth.
I vote aye.
Adrian Dix.
I vote aye.
Finn Donnelly.
I vote aye.
Megan Dykman.
I vote aye.
David Eby.
I vote aye.
Mabel Elmore.
I vote aye.
Rob Fleming.
I vote aye.
Rick Glumac.
I vote aye.
Kelly Green.
I vote aye.
George Heyman.
I vote aye.
Ravi Kalon.
I vote aye.
Ann Kang.
Member, unmute your mic, please.
Ann Kang. We will return to Ms. Kang. Ronna Ray Leonard.
I vote aye.
Grace Lohr.
I vote aye.
Bowen Ma.
I vote aye.
Sheila Malcolmson.
I vote aye.
Melanie Mark.
I vote aye.
Andrew Mercier.
I vote aye.
Josie Osborne.
I vote aye.
Kelly Padden.
I vote aye.
Lana Popham.
I vote aye.
Bruce Ralston.
I vote aye.
Murray Rankin.
I vote aye.
Jennifer Rice.
I vote aye.
Selena Robinson.
I vote aye.
Janet Routledge.
I vote aye.
Doug Routley.
I vote aye.
Rolly Russell,
I vote aye.
Harwinder Sandhu,
I vote aye.
Nikki Sharma,
I vote aye.
Nicholas Simons,
I vote aye.
Ginny Sims,
I vote aye.
Aman Singh,
I vote aye.
Rashna Singh,
I vote aye.
Mike Starchuk,
I vote aye.
Adam Walker,
I vote aye.
Jennifer Whiteside,
I vote aye.
Henry Yao,
I vote aye.
Ann Kang, Ann Kang?
I vote aye.
Thank you. Peter Millibar,
I vote nay.
Dan Ashton,
I vote nay.
Bruce Banman,
I vote nay.
Mike Bernier,
I vote nay.
Shirley Bond,
I vote nay.
Stephanie Kaju,
I vote nay.
Doug Klovchuk,
I vote nay.
Dan Davies,
I vote nay.
Michael DeYoung,
I vote nay.
Lauren Dirksen,
I vote nay.
Trevor Halford,
I vote nay.
Corinne Kirkpatrick,
I vote nay.
Greg Kylo,
I vote nay.
Michael Lee,
I vote nay.
Norm Letnick,
I vote nay.
Renee Merrifield,
I vote nay.
Mike Morris,
I vote nay.
Coralie Oakes,
I vote nay.
Ian Payton,
I vote nay.
Ellis Ross,
I vote nay.
John Rustad,
I vote nay.
Tom Shapitka,
I vote nay.
Ben Stewart,
I vote nay.
Todd Stone,
I vote nay.
Jackie Taggart,
I vote nay.
Teresa Watt,
I vote nay.
Andrew Wilkinson,
I vote nay.
Sonia Furstenau,
I vote nay.
Adam Olson,
I vote nay.
Madam Clerk.
Those voting yea, Farnworth, Alexis, Anderson, Babchuk, Bailey, Baines, Bear, Begg, Brar, Chandra Herbert, Chant, Chen, Chow, Conroy, Coulter, Cullen, Dean, Deeth, Dix, Donnelly, Dykeman, Eby, Elmore, Fleming, Glumac, Green, Heyman, Callon, Kang, Leonard, Lohr, Malcolmson, Mark, Mercier, Osborne, Padden, Popham, Ralston, Rankin, Rice, Robinson, Routledge, Routley, Russell, Sandhu, Sharma, Simons, Sims, Singh, A. Singh, R. Singh, Starchuk, Walker, Whiteside, and Yao, 55. Those voting nay, Millibar, Ashton, Banman, Bernier, Bond, Kaju, Klovchuk, Davies, DeYoung, Dirksen, Halford, Kirkpatrick, Kylo, Lee, Letnick, Merrifield, Morris, Oakes, Payton, Ross, Rustad, Shapitka, Stewart, Stone, Taggart, Watt, Wilkinson, Furstenau, and Olson, 29.
Motion is carried. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be referred to a committee of the whole House to be considered at the next sitting of the House after today.
Members, a vote is about to take place. Members participating remotely, have your cards ready. Members, the question is that Bill number 3 be referred to a committee of the whole at the next sitting of the House after today. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Those who oppose indicate nay. Motion is carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move the House to now adjourn.
Members, the question is the adjournment of the House. Members participating remotely again have your cards handy. Those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Those who oppose indicate nay. The motion is carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
I think he meant AM.